Test, test. You guys should be able to hear me. All right. So I'm getting set up. Looks like you guys can see me on the Twitch side and the YouTube side. And let's turn my camera on here. Turn my camera on. There we go. All right. So what are we working on today? We are catching up with some of the stuff from earlier. And then we are... Oh, this is kind of funny. They have the number of clips that people have made. All right. That's kind of a funny little thing across the top there in our chat. But okay, so what are we doing today? We are working with StreamerBot a little bit, and we have put some of this together already for you guys to play with. We were playing with it earlier, had some pretty fun, I think, fun and funny outcomes. But what we're doing then is we're asking questions over here. And then what you can do is you can answer those questions on either the Twitch or the YouTube side by doing an exclamation mark answer and then the command you want to run. And then what's happening is my system is pulling that in and running through and putting that in here as a command in Linux. Then we're also keeping track of it over here so we can see the last person. As I was getting off earlier, the last person did a which NC just to see where NC was, right? You can mess with it as much as you want. I need to test it real quick to make sure, so I'll go do something over on there. Do a df-h dot. That should go through the whole system. And I'm not seeing it do anything. So, since that's not doing anything, I see the command over here, and I see that it came through on YouTube, but I'm not seeing it over here. So, it's possible. Yeah, it's over here on the NoHup. Yeah, that's fair. We can just watch the NoHup. So any commands that you guys do, anything that you see over here that you want to try to answer is going to both show up here, and it's also going to pop into here as a command and be run against an actual Linux server in my environment. So if you guys want to play with that, you can. Do you know how to show the used space in the current directory? What I did not show the used space in the current directory, so that would not be the right answer. The right answer would be du-h. Yep. So, it's interesting. That should have went through. It's definitely running. Definitely backgrounded. Definitely checking that. That should have went in there. Well, we'll do this for now. There's a du-sh. Okay, it popped up. Just taking more time. Seems almost like it's... What's making that thing take its time? All right. Well, it doesn't matter. We're gonna kill it all off anyways. So ps grep awk. Okay, there's those. All right. So now when we rerun it, we'll just rerun it like this. Since we're sitting here actively watching it, we'll just run it like this. So now we'll just see it sitting there. So any commands now should come up in real time. So yeah, Colchis, what's happening there is it seems like it's only doing the one back, whereas that shouldn't be the case. So let me try one more. Answer echo. This is a test. Right. So that one, mine should come in immediately, and then it should send it over, say this is a test, and come back. All right. Yeah. So now they should all work, Colchis, because I'm not doing it. When I did a NoHup and ampersand to background it, apparently it's not. That's weird. Not sure exactly why the behavior is like that, but it's not that big of a deal to me to really worry about. But what I was going to do is, while we were playing with these, can you show all the processes in the directory that you're in? That was a question from earlier. I'm going to let those keep spinning down there as I keep doing kind of my, as I keep doing my drawing. So I'm going to draw up here. So you guys are doing those, you guys are answering those questions if you want with answer, exclamation mark answer, and then that. There's only a 5-second timeout for a user, so a user can do these pretty quick. But you got about 3 minutes per each of these. And what I was going to do is I was going to start drawing the process. I'm going to draw the process out so you guys can see what's happening. So comes in from YouTube or Twitch. So we get answer to come in from YouTube. You know what? I want to do this as 2 separate ones. So we'll go ahead and say YouTube. And then we'll say down here. Answer comes in from Twitch, right? These are the 2 things that can kind of happen here, right? Answer can come in from YouTube or Twitch, and let's put for this. I want to back this out a little bit so I can see. There's this little drawing easel, stroke style. Boom. So that comes in, whatever it is, comes in from YouTube. There are a bunch of variables, right? There's a bunch of variables that are going to come in. And there's LSOF right there, and it says who did it, and it'll drop it over here in Loki in real time as well. Now, coming in from that, what I mean by answer comes in from YouTube, it's captured by StreamerBot, right? StreamerBot is going to catch the command either coming in from Twitch here, and it's only Twitch messages here, not Twitch and YouTube like my other commands, or YouTube, right? And when one of these things run, when we go to our little action queue and look at our action queue history, we see all these variables. And I always tell you guys, when I have a lot of variables, like I don't have to be some talented coder. If I have all these variables and know how to reference them, that's all I need, right? I mean, that's all I need. So for me, here's our LSOF, and there's different varying levels of this. Like if we did URL encoded, it would have a space and it would be 2 different, and we just want the raw input most likely, and then escaped if it needed to be escaped because it was going to go into a certain formatted file. There's all these nice things. I want raw input, but I also want to know where it came from, which is the command source is Twitch or YouTube. We can pull that out. So I want the command source, I want the raw input, and I want the name of the user. So I think I did username, right? So there's all these variables that come in as you guys do anything with your commands, right? Then over here in my actions, right, when I go to say stream answers, I'm gonna write out username, right? And that's how you call the variable username, colon, command source, colon, raw input. And the reason I did it as 3 distinct fields like that, separated by colons, is because there's all kinds of other crap that could have been happening. And I wanted to do it like this. Hey, thanks for the Prime Hack the Planet. You could use your Prime anywhere. You chose to use it here. That's kind of cool. We are kind of building this process out, and then I'm showing what the process kind of looks like. So answer comes in from YouTube, right? And it moves from a command over to an action queue. So it kind of moves like this. And you know what, we'll go ahead and we will make these can be solid lines. Make them solid lines. But I kind of like that, how that's like that now. Okay. And then this is going to come over to another one of these guys. And as this comes in, right, there's all the variables that get vars from command are written to file called what the heck's the name of that file? No, it's not root streamers. It's data stream right, and then it's streamers. Wait, stream answers, right? That's the name of the file. And the format is percentage user name, percentage and then colon. So that's how you call the inside the 2% signs. And then we needed source. What is that actual variable? Let's go look at that actual variable right here. Source. Command source. So it's colon command source colon or that and then colon, and then the last one is the command. Sorry, raw input. That's what I want for that. So there's that. Answer comes in from YouTube. Answer comes in. Vars commands are written out to a file. And I guess I'm not showing everything in here with the action cues and stuff, but when we do like the thing tomorrow, I'll walk people through it a little more if they want to see it. Oh, and then also, yeah, that's all coming down here, and you guys can see the commands right here. Root temp, etc shadow, ssh config, and you can see each of those. Now this one, I'm not being super tricky on this one, but one of the things to note on this is that since some of those are directories, it will list the directories. But if you use a D, it'll force it to look at it as a directory, and then even if it's a file, it'll just be the long listing, so you won't get all these things. Like, see how the first one is root, it's all the things in /root, but maybe you only wanted the actual directory of root, which you would only get if you did an ls-al, or if you did ls-ld, because the al would show the hidden, which is the dot, and the dot would represent the directory you're in. So it's not that big of a deal, but you can probably get away with doing an ls-ld across the board, and you would only get the files you wanted, which is kind of nice. So it's something to play with. All right, so now once that's written, right, we've got another process that comes along, and that's running on the host box. So this file that's written to that file that's over there in data, this is actually going into my Linux environment at that point. As this happens, as the streamer bot catches these, it's writing out into a Samba share that I have, and the Samba share is running in my home lab. It's actually an NFS and a Samba share. It's NFS if you're coming in on Linux, and then it's Samba share if you're on Windows. Like my streamer bot runs on a Windows machine, so then it drops in from there. And I'm trying to think of a way to kind of show that, but I guess from this, the next part would be the IO wait, and that's this IO notify. So this next little thing that's going to happen is actually going to be a read. So this is a persistent. This is like a persistent process. So what's the name of that script? Stream answers watcher. Uses IO notify to watch the file for changes. Changes. Use IO notify to watch the file for changes. Separate from that and happening at the same time is, I might need to break this out a little different, but this will be logical flow, but then we'll have to change Promtail sends watches the stream answers for real time. Which one was that? Huh. Oh, it only makes it 5 seconds. So whatever you guys do, it'll only show 5 seconds. It's both 5 seconds limited in there and 5 seconds on the SSH. So for real-time file changes. To send up to Loki. So this down here is actually a Loki job that's being scraped in real time. So we have whatever was happening here, right? Mount-O, remount, -RO. Yeah, so what was that? Could you remount it temporary? Yeah, yeah. Now that would work only if temp was already on its own, and then you could remount it. If it wasn't, we would have to mount it on its own and then do it. And there is a thing, we found this limitation earlier from Loki that I did not know. Loki does not send the last line in real time. It waits till the next trigger to send the next thing. So I said Loki, Promtail. So Promtail actually has, in my mind, a great limitation there. If it's not going to send the last entry to the log until a new entry is written, I don't think that's a great. I mean, I really don't think that's great. I mean, that's not what I would consider real time. And you might say, well, Scott, are you sure of that? We sat here and watched for like maybe 5-10 minutes earlier, and it did not send the last one. The last command that was done was the df-i /, and that has not come up over here. That will not come up over here until the next command is written. And that is not the way I expect a log writing tool like Promtail behave, but that's how it works. It doesn't scrape until the next one. So yeah, that's not the way I would want that to work. Now, I mean, if we expect 30 log messages a second or something, it's like, who cares? But it matters a little bit. It matters that we understand the behavior of a thing when we're trying to evaluate how useful it is, and it may be a moot point. Might not matter. I'm glad that said moot and not moo, because if it was a moo point, that would be a cow's opinion and it would be irrelevant. But a moot point is what the actual saying is. All right. Anyway, so send it up to Loki. We can track it in Loki over here. Stream answers, watcher uses iNotify to watch file for changes. And then this thing then from here, he sends over. He does a few things, but let's say that. Actually, let's just grab this for now. Go here. And then when he's done watching, or as he's watching rather, he is going to come down here. He's going to tail. If I could spell tail right. We'll move it in there and then we'll worry about spelling it. Tails. The last line of the file, breaks out user and command info. Generates random number from 15 to 19, so it can send to each of those different servers. And then tests that server is available, and then like this connects and sends command. So that's what our this is what our process does. This is what's going on over here. This is mine always sends the correct messages from var log auth log. Yeah, but Colchis, have you ever checked to make sure that it's not just waiting on the last one? Because that's what's happening here. I don't know why it's doing it, but it does not send the last one until the next one writes. And what I think is in normal times that happens often enough that it doesn't affect us. But I wonder if there was a long lull, if there would be a way, like I'm looking at this from kind of like, somebody's attacking us and they realize that if they can just make that file not write anymore, So there's ways to make files immutable. They could technically make it immutable, and then it wouldn't change anything or wouldn't write out because it wouldn't be writing all of their. Oh, I guess there's some other things that would happen there too. But my point is, it's just it seems like a bad, because you might not detect that it's not doing anything for a while. So interesting though. But anyways, yeah, that's a general idea of how that flow works. I probably need to clean it up a little bit, but that's kind of. Yeah, and you guys can do that on YouTube and Twitch. So both sides, you guys have that access. Yeah, and I don't know where that's set if it is, but can you link to a hard link across file system boundaries? That's not possible, so that's kind of a trick question. Yeah, there you go. There's no. You guys can anybody, if you're watching, you guys can do !answer. And you can send answers in, and and whether we are right or not, we can send that stuff up to our lab machines up there and see if we can connect to them and see what we'll do that old idea that I always say about one test is worth 1,000 expert opinions. You'll go and just see what happens, right? Might as well see what happens. Hayes, how's it going? Yeah. We got this working. I think I got this looking pretty much like what it kind of looks like. I think it'll mostly work. This one says, can you cat out the contents of the file that defines mount points in the system? So where do we find the file that defines mount points in most modern Linux systems, right? What is that? How would you cat that file out? The contents of that mount file. There's a lot you can find out about. You might not be able to find the current state of everything, but you can find out how the system thought it was supposed to start. But it's not the only thing in a file system. It's not the only thing in a system anymore that matters. There are other things now with like systemd mounts and stuff that'll be in there. We'll let that spin up there a little bit. So can you cat out the contents of the file that defines mount points in the system? Do you know how to do that? And then over here, let me make sure I have, you know what? I think that's good right there, because then we see that we got the whole thing. Okay. So how do we do that? Anybody know? Cat at CFS tab. Yep, that'll do it. That'll do it. And then for people on YouTube, you can always say answer. I'm using single quotes because for me it's better than double quotes. So it takes a few seconds and it sends it over there. How about no? Just echoes the command out to the screen. And I think that's good. And then also we can see, again, it's not sending the last one. I'm gonna have to go take a look at that. Cause yeah, maybe there's some setting in there where we could get to read the last one or something. I don't know if I'm missing something on that one or what. I'm not 100% sure. But where are we at here? So, yep. Friday. We don't work too hard on Fridays. Wife's out of town. We have probably in about 5 hours. I think it's about 5 hours. We're going to do the Linux interviews. So if anybody wants to come and just kind of hang out with that. And I'm trying to think of if I have anything else. Yeah, I don't have anything else later then. So yeah, I'll just be working on that. I do have to get to I do have to get to these. Like I've been meaning to get back to these. So Unit 7 Security Engineering worksheet. I have more definitions to add. I have more things in here to add. I better start going and finding those, I guess, because time is always short. There's never enough time for everything, so those here. We need one of my favorite links right here, cheat sheet for the PromQL. That'll get you started, and if you ever need Prometheus and you don't have Prometheus to test something, you can do it inside of that lab environment. They have a nice little they drop you right in a Prometheus instance, so kind of a nice way to do it. Let me look here. This will be Unit 7. Monitoring and alerting. And I didn't want my monitoring and alerting to be just so much of me doing my doing just the labs that I've already written, but a fair amount of it might still come from that. Yeah. Flexion questions will stay there. Alright, we'll keep working on that. Can you test the read and write speeds of your file system? You guys know how to do that? Anybody know how to do that? Although you can break these boxes, but it's fine, they'll just reboot. Networking. This one was interesting earlier because I think people were trying to send. You can't ping or do other things in here, but you can still do things like show all the interfaces on a system. I think that's pretty straightforward to do. So you guys can send that in if anybody wants to try that. And IPBRA, yeah, I like that one. It's one of my favorites. So what are all the interfaces? That'll do it. That's one. What are some of the other ones anybody remembers? Let me get this out of the way. I need to pull up my PowerPoint for this week because that is not all done. That's old. Where's my Unit 7? Apparently I don't have my Unit 7. So I gotta go pull that up too. Move this thing up here. Unit 7. Last week was storing logs, yep. Last week's review. This week, what do we monitor and how do we decide to alert? Those are the high level parts of our questions. So what do we monitor? Where'd that other thing go? That's super fucking annoying. This won't be the whole question, by the way. I'm just putting the topic. And then this one will be how do we decide what to alert on? Or what rises to the level of alerting need, right? Because obviously you can just alert on whatever the hell you want, but you should think about like how you alert, and that's gonna change some of the decisions around it. Overview, how do we monitor what's alerting? How do we alert? What do we alert? So what do we monitor? Those are going to be the big three, which is metrics, so telemetry or metrics. Metrics are any measure. In engineering, a metric is the unit of measurement you're going to use, or the type of measurement you're going to use, right? Telemetry, trace, which is made up of span and labels, and then logging, which we already discussed logging last week, so we won't touch logging hard this week. We'll deal in this. And then what is alerting? It's at the end of the day, it's just sending messages outside of the system. That's at the barest form, at the lowest form of any, thought around it. Like the most general idea of what it is this system sending messages all over inside of itself. Your alerting is sending it out to one of us as admins or whatever. How do we alert? We're gonna build, so we'll Grafana. Actually, we'll do alert manager, and then we'll go to and also we'll use Grafana, and both of those will go to in our labs Discord, right? So for our labs, that'll go to Discord. And then when do we alert? Priority. Windows. Like there's windows of time of when certain alerts matter and when certain alerts don't. And I think that that's a good, probably high level overview for what we're going to do. I have, if I don't add anything, I have like 2 or 3 hours worth of labs for us already for this week. So I have plenty more stuff than I think that we'll even get through. But I mean, it's one of these things where obviously I can show you guys how to do some of the basic stuff and the stuff that's functional. But then I also want to like flip you guys off. Flip you off. No, send you guys off in different directions into other things that are like useful to you, So, if any of you guys are still doing it, the questions on the bottom left there, if you type in !answer, you can answer them, and it'll execute it up in our Linux box up there. So if any of you guys want to see your stuff execute, it'll do it. All right. So review. And our review is a copy of this week's overview. So easiest way to do that's probably here. Come down here. There you go. And then now we have a review. So some of you guys that have seen me ever present, it's, we'll do some housekeeping and we'll do the last week's stuff. And then for this week, it'll be like, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to tell you. And then I'm going to tell you. And then I'm going to tell you what I just told you. So it's overview all the way down to review. Everything else in here is just me telling you what I'm going to tell you. But what am I going to tell you? Tell you it, and then tell you what I just told you. That's like a good way to reinforce. A lot of times, like if you've ever heard radio stuff, like when they do radio ads and stuff, you'll hear the name 6 times because 6 times is the time they've determined is the amount of times you need to hear something for the average person to have it down, right? Or to remember it. Hey, Johnny Man, how's it going? We were talking about this earlier. I've got a little thing going where if you do !answers, you can answer, or answers will work. You can drop any answer into the chat, and it'll go up there and execute on a Linux box. So it'll prove to us that it does or doesn't do the things that we want it to do. So, yep. How do you determine the default route? IPR or route. There's just a route command as well, which is fine. I like IP I like IPR. That's a nice way to see what's there. But route as a command is okay as well. So, all right, where are we at here? I'm kind of jumping around. Johnny Man, it'll run those, yeah. The problem is then we'll lose that box until it comes back. But yeah, I mean, I have it running. It's going to run on labs Rocky 15 through 9. Did I fix that? I didn't fix that. It'll run through 15 through 19. I'll show you. And I think that I needed to fix that. Yeah, because that should be 0 through 4, and then 15 plus 0, 15. Yeah. I think that's more correct because I don't think it was hitting 19. Yeah. Yeah, but Johnny Man, if somebody takes one of those down, then it just won't run. We haven't had any one of them down yet today, but they're against a bunch of werewolf nodes. So if they go down, they'll come back up clean. So, how do we alert? Okay, so now I need to go steal a bunch of stuff for myself. If I'm gonna really be prepping this right now, I don't know if I'm actually prepping this right now, or if I'm just messing around. But here's my original deep dive on this. Yeah. So I gotta steal a bunch of stuff for myself. A fork bomb is a tattoo. I'll tell you a funny one, Colchis. I made a joke. I was like joking around yesterday with one of my buddies that runs these jiu-jitsu camps in Mexico, and I was telling him, well, like me and the wife have 0 tattoos between the two of us. So take us separate or take us together, 0 tattoos. And you might say, oh, that just means you haven't done. I have all kinds of things I could have gotten tattoos about. I just never did, right? So what I told him was when we go down to Mexico in July, I thought about getting some of those ones that last for like a week, and then just putting them on me, and then just like gaslighting all the dudes that think that I didn't have any tattoos, and then just be like, no, me and the wife, yeah, no, we had these, and then just like wash them off like the last day. I think that would be I think that would be really funny, cause they see me all the time, and we're wrestling and stuff, and then they'll be like, yeah, you got all those, you got all that ink. I didn't know you had all that, and then. Nope, don't have any. I'm probably not going to do it, but I did think that would be kind of funny. So, yeah, that was a funny, there was a message, I don't know, probably like a year or two ago. I asked the guys, how many tattoos do you think me and the wife have together? And then it was like 5 to like 13, and then it was like 13 to 21. Like, so just like numbers that I think probably most people would consider normal nowadays. And then, because I don't think... So, I'm trying to think. All 4 of my brothers have the word champagne tattooed somewhere right here on their arm, on their right forearm, and I'm the only one of the brothers that doesn't have it. And then it's like, but they also had to have known that I wasn't going to get one, so I'm way too straight edge for all that stuff. Anyway, that's funny. I need somebody to test this. Can you determine the MTU? Answer. Ping dash, let's try C1 dash M do dash S 1500 192.168.11 dot dot 200.1. Send that. I'm gonna send that in and see if that works on Rocky 18. Yep, says that the message was too long. So my ping failed all over the place. But why did my ping fail? Well, so now that failed. So now we're out of that. That's not waiting anymore. That's just sitting there. Can we determine the maximum transmission unit of the network with ping? Yeah, we should be able to see one that worked then. So answer. I'm putting that in over on the YouTube side too. Answer ping dash C1 dash M do dash S 1472 192 168.200.1, and that one should ping all the way through. Should just ping the one time. Yep, because that is small enough to be not mutated. Or not mutated, fragmented. It fragments them if it needs to, but if you tell it you are not allowed to fragment by turning on, it says -M, which is permutation, do turn on the don't fragment bit. It's absolutely ridiculous, but you can go read the man pages on that if you want. Go look up man ping and then look at /M and you should find it. So, or -M, and it'll explain that to you. But I'm always telling you guys, that's why it's so important to like understand at like a base level. You don't have to have some deep technical like networking knowledge, but as a systems engineer, you do need to understand the basics of it. It's 100% something that'll benefit you in your career, just kind of like knowing how the traffic are going to flow around the network. Because if you're just, it's, can you properly identify all your IPv4 and IPv6 networks? We know how to do that. We can IP-BR, ADDR, or you can get away with IP address. You can get away with ifconfig. All of those will show you that. So that's pretty good. Oh, I think both of those are pretty effective for the system. All right. Also, you can see my commands over here being dropped in Loki. All right. I gotta keep putting that stuff together. I was hoping to not leave it till as late tonight, like not dump it on the guys right on Saturday before the classes, but yeah, we'll keep going. Hayes, you said when I was studying comp science, tattoos were still for bikers, strippers, and DJ. Yeah, and sailors, right? Isn't it like sailors and yeah. And then Hayes, aren't you also a DJ and a stripper now too? Well, I know you're a DJ of some type, so that's kind of funny. But no, I had always heard it like sailors and miscreants or something. I was like, that's kind of funny. Kind of funny. Those are Moby Dick times. Yeah. Colchis answered, print out the maximum transmission unit of the 2 lines. Okay. Because we knew there were 2 from earlier, guys, right? And sometimes if you see a command like this and you're like, oh, I don't know what it does, I think it's useful to strip the pieces off. Do just these 2 and go, okay, now what's that awk NF doing? Oh, it's the last column in any number of columns line. And I actually use that sometimes. I've shown you guys where if I needed to do that same thing, but I needed one less than the last one, we could actually, inside of parentheses, do NF minus 1, and NF is treated as a number of fields, so it's a number. It's an actual integer, and we can remove 1 from it, so we can count 1 back, 1 back, 1 back. Just like we do when we're like looking in a string and doing like a substring back, you can do the same kind of thing. And I tell you guys, like, just because I claim no great expertise in programming doesn't mean I can't understand how to move through a string. I think that's a valuable thing to know how to do as an engineer, right? And all you have to do then is change this, add this to the command. So we'll do the command by itself. Answer if config grep-i mtu, and then I can see just that first part, and then I can work out like what do I want to grab from it, right? I just want that last one. And because maybe there's more fields, there could be more fields, there could be less. In this one, if the field delimiter is words, we would have been fine with 4, but not always. So I think it's easier to just say it's the last one, because I know it's the last one. And that is easier, especially if some of these might have had spaces in them, because you never know. Sometimes, because these are comma separated in here, so it's possible that one of those values could not be a full single word. So, yeah. In fact, that's that problem earlier. I went around it by just adding colons to our command. Like when we were looking at this earlier and I was here and I was wanting to write it out, username, command source, raw input, that command could be any number of fields. So I said, screw it. I don't care how many fields there are. We'll use colons, something you can't use at the command line easily. You have to escape it. So now it's username, colon, command source, colon, raw input. And then when I do the command here and we look at it, we just go off of field delimited by colons, last colon field, which is number field, right, or NF. So too easy, right? Too easy. All right. So we're not working too hard today. This is how, and I'm pretty sure I already said something about Hack the Planet. Thanks for the resubscription. You can use Prime anywhere and you used it here, so that's always a nice little thing. Keeps you from having any ads, which is kind of nice. But I I can't stop ads from happening, because the thing about ads is if you stop ads from happening, you get pre-roll ads. So like you could be like a streamer and be like, I won't ever accept ads on my stream. Yeah, but you can't, because you're using a free platform, and since the free platform is really using you guys as you guys are really what are being sold, the people watching. You're being sold to the advertisers. If a streamer ever says I won't run ads, they just run pre-roll ads. And pre-roll ads are the worst thing ever, because let's say you were going to come in here for the first time and you're like, who the hell is this Het Tanis guy? And then the next thing you know is it's 3 minutes of pre-rolls. You're going to go watch, like, I don't know, Admiral Baru or something, go kill some things in Mechabellum. You're not gonna sit and watch 3 minutes of pre-roll ads, I promise you. I wouldn't. I have Twitch Prime or whatever, so I wouldn't do that anyways. But most people would just leave immediately. So it's like that's one of those like slow deaths of a streamer. Like you can either accept the pre-roll ads, or you can be like, I won't run any ads. Well, okay, then you just get the pre-rolls. So, can you prove that DNS is working? This one's a little harder for you guys sending stuff in, and only because this you can't. The problem with DNS for this one is, and this was actually somebody was probing this earlier, and it was kind of funny because I was streaming earlier today. When they were probing this a little bit, they figured out how to send 8.8.8.8 in, and then they could ping it or whatever. But they had to generate the command separate, because the 8.8.8.8 isn't going to come through right here. So yeah, your ping's not going to work, because it's going to ping, and you're going to get those asterisks that are being generated by the protection of your systems here. It might work on the YouTube side. YouTube, I don't think that lets people do it either, though, now that I think about it. So yeah, they had to find a way around it, Colchis. It was actually an interesting little, I can go find it. There was an interesting, he was doing all these temp Google things, and the one he finally got to work was this. He echoed 8x, 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 said like that, and then this is how he ended up pinging it right here, was this command. So it was ping C1 echo 8x, 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 and then he said the 8x X's to periods. It was pretty clever. I was watching him figure it out. It was a pretty clever little way of doing it. Yeah. Yep. So he did that, and then yeah, some of these Tabred was doing a bunch of ones. People were sending stuff to Wall. Yeah. People were adding lolcat, and the funniest one that got me, it really got me, was the Admiral Akbar. I don't know who did that one. Whoever got me with Admiral Akbar was pretty good. Yeah, right here. Hayes did it. Yeah. Hayes, I don't know if you mind doing that one again, but that was funny. I think it has to be full screen to really catch the Admiral. If we really want to catch the old Admiral Akbar here, we're going to have to. And then we'd probably have to move this back up here so that you guys could see that the way you wanted. I think that would be good. But the the Admiral was pretty good. Yeah. So yeah, then you could ping, or try to get it to concat through and kind of play with it. Yeah. Yeah, that one was funny. The yum install act-y akbar. That's funny. And then we found one. I had to change the way that my script worked because of this. Yes. Where's yes? When you use the command yes, what ends up happening is it just generates a bunch of Y's, but it wasn't respecting my timeout of 3 seconds. So then I switched the timeout up to 5 seconds. I did it also to the SSH command. So there's double ways to kill. It'll either kill in the command or it'll kill in the SSH, either way. And I don't care which way it does it. I don't care which way it actually stops the thing. Yeah, it was right here with like this yes. Yum update pipe yes was just a bunch of Y's. So I had to modify the script, which is good. This is how we make things better, right? Is we go and mess with them and we figure it out. Can you connect to another server and test for an open port? So you've got all the other Rocky boxes you could try to connect to. You had some nicely freshly rebaked stale bread. That's not good, Hayes. I went to I got this place near my house called Angry Chicks. You guys ever heard of it? It's Angry Chicks, like chickens, like little chicken, but it's a like a country. I want to say they're from down south, but they've got really good mac and cheese and chicken, which is what I got. They have this, it's called an Angry Mac Bowl, and then they can make it so hot that you have to sign a waiver to eat it. And I've known like quite a few guys, like, because we're from the Southwest, so we have a fair amount of like people that like to eat like hot Mexican food, and the people that I know that have tried their hot can't even finish it. They're like, this is not even pleasurable for me, and they won't even eat it. But it's I've only went like 2 up on their low bar, and I was like, nope, because I can eat jalapenos and stuff, but I can't. Nope, their stuff is too much. And they go all the way up to this one, and then you literally have to, like, when you go to buy it, you have to sign a little waiver that says, I understand this is designed to be the hottest thing that we could make, and if you sign that, you can't bring it back. It's too hot. And you say, was it really that serious? All the dudes in there working have gloves on. Nobody in there touches the food directly, and that's probably a good food practice anyways, but I'm saying they're wearing like black gloves so you can see that like they take it very seriously. Yeah, because they'll burn the shit out of themselves. So yeah, some of that stuff, like, you don't want it anywhere near your eyes. SH Rocky 16S and 2LP. That's interesting. I wonder if you can connect to another machine. I think I set these up so you can't. Oh, you see, there's a host key verification failed. So you don't have to do the SSH Rocky part. It'll pick one. You're already executing an SSH in one of the systems. So you could just do the SS. Oh, you're trying to jump into another machine and test. That actually brings up that interesting point we talk about, where if you're local and privileged, always SS or netstat. If you're not able to get in a box, or you're remote or unprivileged, then you scan it. Then that's how we scan boxes. So all right, also let's check on Ranger Dog real quick. Can you connect to another server via SSH and show 3 levels of debug on the connection? I should leave a note out there for you guys to do that too, but where's Ranger? Hold on, let's check on Ranger Dog. Still breathing? I can see him breathing. He's good. Ranger's alive. Checked him at 210 and he's still alive. All right. I'm going to tell you. Oh, guys, you know what? I need to start going off of studio mode. So I need to sit. I normally sit in studio mode. But now if any of you guys do our different commands. So there's command over on this side. What is that? Oh, I'm the clips leader. That's funny because I'm the person that's picked the most clips. If you guys do any of those other chat commands, especially like ask, it'll do things to my my system. No, maybe not ask. Hold on, I need to look at that. I need to see what that one is.
You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
Good day, sir. Oh man, commands. Is ask? Oh, ask is for money down here. Yeah, so the llama one, I need to take that away, but yeah, the for money is question, for money, or ask. That one will do something that I've kind of worked up a little bit. But I am going to real quick throw you guys on a hack streamer. Yeah, I'm gonna throw a quick. Where's my little hourglass at? I'm going to throw my hourglass up over here. I'm going to say quick break. We'll do 10 minutes. 10 minutes is fine break. All right. You guys can do that. If somebody wants to try the ask one, I love the ask one. It pops up Krabopolis Michael, if you guys don't know who he is. Oh, actually, no, it's not Krabopolis Michael. He died. It's a similar creature to him. If you guys don't know who he is, well, you should watch more TV. I'm just kidding. I don't care how much TV you watch. Krabopolis Michael just loves killing. Have you don't know who that is still, well, can't help you. Have I missed anything good? I have not. All right. That should be curl for Google. Although, I wonder if you could escape everything into Google and still get it to work on the command line. That'd be an interesting thing to test, I think. All right, I'm gonna wander around a little bit more. Stretch my legs out. I'm back. 5 minutes still. But you get nothing. Nothing. Yeah, I got more of those to add. I got.
You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
I have more of those I need to add. I probably should pop one of those up as hold on. So I could keep adding to that one. So the way that one works, in case you guys are wondering, nothing just comes up as an individual sound, right? That's just to play a sound. You get nothing. But the for money, it checks my OBS source visibility state, streaming for money, and it makes it visible. Then it waits for a few seconds, then it plays the sound. I can answer that for money, and then it delays random for like 8 seconds to 15 seconds, and then it makes it hidden again. So if you guys didn't do that one, where that one looks like this.
I can answer that for money.
I can answer that for money. Oh, and then it goes back to me just sitting here doing my stuff. All right. So, you almost got the Google one through, it looks like. Doesn't look like it went through completely. Oh, maybe it did go through. I'm surprised that came through, the Google one. Also, why do I not see that up there? Oh, I do see it up there. Okay. It's like, where is that? All right. It did come through. All right. Well, good enough. I'll turn my little thing off because I'm not really working too hard on anything. Can capture all the packets of an interface. You guys should be able to figure that out. That one's going to be a TCP dump. All right. That's a little more complex for the capturing all the packets. Can you show all the hops between your server and Google? That's going to take some more of those little, just kind of, it's going to be a little more of a challenge one, right? For you guys. All right. While that's going, we have, I've been pointing this out to you guys as we go. We've got Discord. You can go hang out down in the Discord with different people. We've got some events coming up here soon. The events are, there's going to be some studying in about an hour and a half. Some of the guys are going to be studying the security engineering group. And if you guys don't know, there's a whole bunch of, and there's just like a lot of stuff for the different weeks. So you might want to get in there if you're trying to catch up. It might be a little late to catch up and finish and get a little certificate, but it would be good to at least do the basics if you're wanting to get better at that. We're going to do practice Linux interviews at 8 p.m. tonight, so I'll probably take a little bit of a break and I'll work on the practice Linux interviews and get those all organized. And then the way that is it's like 10 minutes in a hot seat. You just got to be ready to answer questions and talk about how you fit within a Linux team and a Linux role. Then there's the Bash study group for tomorrow. That's up to 46 people. They don't always all show up. That's not how a lot of anything in here, since it's free, you can just say you're coming. And then if you don't make it, you don't make it. That's fine. We're not really keeping attendance. Linux sysadmin course, we got 138 people. Linux security engineering course, we're at 106. Those have been holding steady the last few weeks. We haven't really had any huge uptick in those, but those are free. Those courses are out there. Getting into streaming, if you want to do streaming type stuff and see how like the process works, I'll show you guys that kind of stuff tomorrow. I claim no great expertise in streaming. I kind of understand somewhat of like what's going on with the scenes and stuff and that kind of stuff. Then there's the writer's room, and that's where you guys are working on the books. The books are free, and the books are pretty good. I think if you do, did I set that up? I thought I set up a chat thing yesterday for book or books. No, maybe I did not. Oh, courses. So if you say courses or learn, it should send it to both. So I'll do courses over on the YouTube side. I'm pretty sure I have this send to both. And did I spell courses right? I hope I did. That should go through. Oh, you know what? Hold on. There's a problem. If you do these and then you accidentally put a space after it. Oh, I did course. Sorry. So course would find courses, but it would not the other way. So there you go. Course. And I'm pretty sure that sends to both sides. Let me see. Yeah, it sends to both sides. Hold on. I think my wife's trying to be cryptic because I said, "Did you hide any more treats in the house?" She sometimes does that when she leaves on vacation, and she's like, she sent something cryptic like from the olden days, and I'm like, "Look, just tell me if there's any snacks in here so I can go not tear the house up looking for them. Like, just tell me where they are, okay? I don't need I don't need all the sidebar stuff, wife." No, I'm just kidding. She's in where's she at? She's in Pennsylvania right now, and then she was hitting a bunch of states back east. Okay. Primary interface. Can you capture all the primary interface traffic? It would look like this. Answer. TCP dump. -n ETH0 -c, like let's say 100, and then that should dump through, and then one of the servers. Oh, we don't have TCP dump apparently. Well, never mind. But you should be able to grab the Ethernet interface and then however many of them you wanted, if you knew how many there were, or how many you were going to have in the time or the allotted whatever. What's the next one? Can you capture all your traffic on your primary interface and save it out to a file? It's basically the same thing. Although I could have sworn I had TCP dump on the Rocky boxes. I guess I don't though. I thought we used it in one of the labs. Oh, maybe I have you install it in the lab. Maybe that's what it is. Yeah. All right. Can you capture all your traffic? No. Can you test the speed between your system and another system? That's okay, but you typically need a tool like iPerf and then a server that's open to catch, and it's iPerf 3, and you can check that. This one's fun. Can you show all the TCP/IP errors on an interface over a minute? And since you don't have a minute, you only have 5 seconds in those labs. You could at least show it 5 times if you wanted to, right? And there's a few ways to get the errors that I know of. A few different tools will show them to you if you want. All right. Well, what I need to do then is probably keep working on my presentations, or these. Just go look at this data here. All right. So I need to know telemetry, tracing, span, data. We know all those names. You know what a queue is. Which, it's funny, people outside of the US may say, "Oh, how do you not know what a queue is? You speak English, you don't know what a queue is." In America, we don't call lines queues. Like we don't colloquially do that. I mean, yeah, you do in systems world and in engineering world, but like when I'm talking about like, oh, I'm gonna go get in the line for like I'm gonna go get in the line for the DMV, or I'm gonna go get in the line. I don't say the queue. Like, I know other parts of the world do that speak English. So just so you know, what do you call the printer line in the U.S.? A printer line. I don't know. I'm sure you guys can't hear that, but somebody just like hit my house with a whole bunch of bass. Like somebody outside is like bumping their music, which is like I got a pretty quiet neighborhood and pretty nice neighborhood, and I don't mind necessarily if somebody's bumping their music. It's just very rare for me to hear at 2:30 in the afternoon my time. So that was kind of a strange thing, and the angle it came from, which is like in the cul-de-sac over here. I got I'm right on the like the mouth of a cul-de-sac. I'm not in the cul-de-sac. I'm not like one of the little cul-de-sacers, but I'm right outside of the I'm right as it starts to go back into a normal street. That's where I am, and nobody ever has to go past my street unless they're like where my house is, unless they're going into the cul-de-sac, which is kind of nice for traffic. But what do you call a printer line? Yeah, we still call that a queue, printer queue. But people don't they don't think of it like in general everyday term. It's like the line at the post office. It's not the queue at the post office. You know what I'm saying? Like it's. Hold on a second. And give me 1 second here, guys. I'll be right back. I'll be back. All right. I thought I was gonna have to go say something to somebody. I was gonna have a regular old altercation because it kept going, and I'm like, what is going on with this? Again, like heavy bass hitting my house, and I'm like, what? So I go over there, and they've been doing construction in my neighborhood for the Cox lines, like the fiber. And they have had, I don't know, they haven't even been out there for like a few weeks. But I went over there to see what was going on. They've got a whole bunch of heavy equipment over there. So I'm like, oh, apparently that's the heavy equipment I'm hearing. But it's like a low bass that keeps hitting my house. And I'm like, what the hell? And when I say hitting my house, I'm like feeling it sitting here. And I'm like 2 rooms back from the front of my house. So I had to go see what the hell was going on out there. But all right. Anyways, no reason for there to be too much trouble. All right, measure metrics. Dutch. You guys all know who Dutch is? If it can bleed, we can kill it. Infrasounds weapon, most likely. Yeah. I do work for some defense contractors, so it is possible that they're trying to take me out so they don't have to pay me. All right, I'm looking for guys. By the way, I'm looking for keywords of things that I think I need to pull out for our keywords and our definitions. I didn't even think about using that. EVPF and Falcon. Oh man. There's too many things to do, guys. Hey, Miss Sapphire, how's it going? We do have the commands run in the background, so if you guys need to run any commands against the Linux systems, you can. It's simply answer on both Twitch or YouTube side. You guys just run an answer and then whatever command you want. What did the wife ask me? All right. The wife did have another snack for me. Now I got to go find it here in a little bit. She said it's above the stove somewhere. And I'm like, I don't use the stove. I'm just kidding. I do use the stove for like cooking ramen and stuff. All right. So hold on. So we've got to find these other commands real quick while I'm sitting here. Did I close that down? Please don't tell me I closed that down. All right. Data types. A thing that might go well. I kind of. That'll have to be its own different class. But like, I was gonna say Six Sigma, but I don't really want to do that. But I will say UCL, and which is upper control limit, and lower control limit, which is UCL and LCL, in like a process, in like a set of things that we expect as outputs from. So we might say here, this would be a good place for us, although honestly it should have been up front, and I probably should have shown you guys this earlier, but it's kind of like swim lanes. But we did that also. We touched swim lanes in the engineering or in the admin course, like near the very end of the admin course. We touched like processing and swim lanes. I could say the word swim lanes. And just basically like SIPOC diagrams, right? Like suppliers, inputs, processes, outputs, and I think it's what's the last one? Customers? Yeah, I think that's right. So basically all the parts of what a process touches. Now in systems world, input, process, output, right? But input, process, output becomes where do you get the input from, and all these branches a bunch. Process can be process and then storing, and then also securing and all these things, and then archiving and retrieval and all that, and then output, right? So there's like the idea that you only do in computer science input, process, output is at a high level very accurate, but as you dig in, it's too simple to be true, right? And it's the same kind of thing with like I don't know, whatever I was just talking about there. Let's go find more of these things. So I'm gonna actually have to. No, I should be able to pull up this part, I think. And this is our Prometheus one. So I'm going to go here. Well, it's already in the background, so we'll just go through it real quick. We're not actually going through it, but these are the things that I think we kind of need to understand. Let's say aggregation. Not aggravation, but aggregation. We'll need all that stuff. SLO, SLA, SLI. But I think people that have taken the admin course will have seen this before, but I still think it's valuable to see it again, right? Well, metric types. We'll skip that for now. Like I'm not trying to make people Prometheus experts, but I want them to understand. Right, what is push versus pull of data? What does that mean? Again, don't have to be experts in that stuff. Don't have to understand that for this. We do need to know the alert side of things. So don't need to be an expert in this for this part. Nor that, but alerting. We are going to care about alerting. So, alerting. Alerting rules, we're going to want to know what is alert manager. The sub bullet of that. Like what's an alert template in there? All right, routing, throttling. That stuff's all. Oh. Let's go check this out. It's our philosophy of alerting. This should come from, yeah. And I think I made you guys look at this one, this last one. Mm-hmm. All right, we might use that. All right, we got all that stuff. All right, that's not that big of a deal to this, but we'll leave that up anyways. Where's that? And then where's our last little part? Yeah, can you check how many disk partitions you have on a system, or how many disks and disk partitions you have? Those are both pretty important. RSS news aggravation. Yeah. I agree. What is this one? We should be able to do LSBLK, right? That'll tell us some things. Is there more that we could add to that? Can LSBLK give us more information about this? I think it can. How many disks and partitions we have? Be kind of useful. That's funny. All right. What else do we have here? Check how many disk partitions we have. Yeah, I think that we don't have that many disk partitions on these systems. This will send us to a different one. So I did the command over on YouTube. And then this one actually has some carved up partitions in it, so we can see those over there. So that's kind of a nice little way to do it. Give us most of the info we need to see over there. All right. Can you check partitions that aren't even mounted for file system types? So there's some ls block commands that'll give us more information about the file system. I think it's lsblk-F. Is that right? I think that'll give. Oh, well, it would also help if I did answer. What does that do? What's that going to tell us? Dash lowercase f will display information. And maybe dash AF would be useful. You can set the width. Let's try this. Let's try this one. Dash AF. The nodes are configured in different ways too. But okay, I mean, look guys, there's probably a few different ways of doing this that I think would be kind of useful to you as well. But can you check partitions that aren't even mounted? Yeah, ls block will show you them whether they're mounted or not, whereas the df-h will only show you mounted file systems. So that's always important to remember. Can you check disk I/O over time? This one's a little sneakier. Not super sneaky, but you would have to watch disk I/O. And the command to watch disk I/O is iostat. And then iostat can be run a few different ways. You can do it in just the regular device mode, which is -D. And then if you want to watch it over time, you can either aggregate time up, or you can say something like this, exclamation mark, answer, exclamation mark, answer, and then say iostat dash D, maybe 1, and then this will run over here until it dies, which will be in a few seconds, but it should give us the output of the iostat on those disks, and then there's our killed by signal 15. We knew that it was going to get killed. That's fine. DeFaulus said, "Hey man, I'm a software engineer student and I am in first year internship. I've been on Linux for the past 3 years, never got back to Windows. Love your grind." Nice. Yeah. The goal here is to show you guys how to do this stuff, how to get into this space, and show you guys that this is definitely like an attainable career field. You know, you guys can do this and find maybe something that like you didn't know that you actually like doing. Some people, admittedly, probably most people that I've taught over the years, don't like doing command line stuff all the time. They want to do other stuff, and I get it. Me, I am perfectly okay just sitting at a command line all day. I don't want to be in meetings. I don't want to be typing out emails. I just want to be sitting there doing whatever. So, but you guys are definitely 100% welcome on either side, Twitch or YouTube, to do answer and then just throw your commands in, and it will run it here on our shell. It'll also keep track of it over here, so we can see what's been done and whether it came from YouTube or Twitch. You guys can see that over here. That's what we've been watching. If you guys have not, let me zoom in on that. Maybe I can zoom in on that and it'll be a little bigger for you guys. I don't know. Maybe that's not as good, but then you guys can ask yourselves questions and kind of see, like, can I verify disk read and write speed? How would I do that? How would I know how fast I can write to this disk and read from it? How would I figure that out? Yeah, if you're already at the command line all day, yeah, we want to get you doing it professionally, 100%. That is the goal. Get all you guys doing this stuff as pros. And it doesn't have to be pros making a lot of money, just pros making some money at it, right? Like, just get you guys doing it. So, this will, you guys will get more and more experience as you keep messing with this stuff and keep building out the different labs and stuff. Like, I mean, not for nothing here. Like, I'm not trying to sound like a big old Chad or anything about this, but it's true that, like, I kind of had this idea a while ago, but I had never really finished putting this all together. And where's this at? Hold on, I gotta go find my, I guess it is over here. And then, oh, there's Ranger. Look at Ranger. He actually did a whole shake off. We haven't seen Ranger do one of those in a while. But then we came over here when he's done being Ranger for a second. All right, he's off screen. No, he's not completely off screen. We'll watch him for a bit. We'll creep on Ranger. But what I was going to show you is that it didn't take much for me. I knew all these pieces would work together to go from you guys sending commands in here on Twitch. I got Twitch over here and YouTube over here. You guys can send the commands in, and they'll come right over here to our systems. And we have some safeguards in place in case people just start taking the nodes down. We've got some safeguards in place in case, I mean, you guys know what happens if you kill one of my nodes. It just comes back up in 3 minutes. The main denial of service that could happen is if somebody did that a bunch and took all of them down. But that's like less of a concern to me because I kind of want to, I tell you guys all the time, like, what's the fun in taking down a server where you were given root? That would be like if you made me sheriff and gave me a gun and then I was like, oh, well, I guess I'm going to go rob the bank. Well, people were going to listen to you anyways. You were the sheriff, right? You were a deputy or whatever. You were deputized. So, Phoenix DP said, I literally got the notice second that I scored my present job while watching this stream in the middle of the night here in Europe. Nice. I think, Phoenix, I don't know if I remember that specifically, but that seems like something that I recall happening like a year or two ago or a year and a half ago. I remember something like that happening with somebody. We get a lot of people down in Discord telling us that they found work and stuff, and I think that's awesome. Yeah. Hazy would just be a banker. Did you ever see the skit by Key and Peele where he's like, all right, here's what we do. We go in. We start working at the bank. And the guy's like, yeah. And he's like, so then we work there for like 20, 30 years, and they're paying us to work at the bank. And then when we're done, we take our pension and go. And the guy's like, that's called a job. You just described having a job. So, yeah, it's kind of funny. Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't that long ago. Well, nice. So hopefully you're doing this stuff and enjoying this. To follow over on the YouTube side, yeah, hopefully you enjoy the journey to become a systems engineer. Engineering's hard, man. Like I tell people, like it's not like we just get I tell my college students this all the time because college students have this in America, and I don't know if this is all over the world. I can only speak to my college students. They have this fucking idea that like you're gonna have a degree and people are gonna go like this and just throw money at you. And I can promise you that's not the case. You have to know how to do this stuff. And most people that you ask, most managers, they'll say, do I want a guy with a degree or a guy who knows how to do it if they were two different people? And I guarantee you every single one of them would say I'd prefer the guy who knows how to do it. Now, that being said, sometimes there are rules in certain industries and organizations. You must have a degree or you're not even considered. But that's so few and far between. I mean, like if you tell me, Scott, I need to go work at Lockheed Martin, I'd be like, well, I got in at Lockheed Martin because I had a master's degree in an unrelated field. I couldn't become a senior engineer at Lockheed Martin until I got a second master's degree in the same field, or in the field that I was doing. I don't know if you guys knew that or if I had. I've said that on stream before, but it's been a long time. So some companies are like that. I literally couldn't go to senior engineer without that. It didn't work like that. But some companies, I'd say most companies are not like that. You just need to know how to do this stuff. And then you need to be able to prove to somebody that you know how to do this stuff. So, all right. Give a man a gun, he can rob a bank. Give a man a bank, and he can rob the world. Fair enough. Yeah, Tape, you'll probably get along well with Hayes. Because Hayes is rather cynical. It's not DirectX Linux stuff long ago and kept up, paved the way because of a solid foundation. Yeah. I tell people all the time, like we don't have to, or we don't always know all the things that are going to happen, right? But we're ready to do, systems engineering. We're ready to do systems administration. We're ready to go over and do maybe some networking. I told you guys earlier today. I was saying I don't do networking all the time, but when I do networking, it has to work, right? Like it has to be good stuff. Hayes said we can build a better bank. That's funny. All right, Ranger's good. Anyways, I drew this Excalidraw earlier from just kind of like what the process was that we built, the streamer answer interactive process. An answer comes in from YouTube or from YouTube. I didn't switch it. That should be Twitch or YouTube. Right? Everything that comes in is written to a file called data stream write stream answers. So that is a file, right? Where's that? Hold on. Go here. The command is simply an action for stream answers, and we write to a file. We write the username, the command source. So if you came from one side or the other, so username is here, : the YouTube or Twitch, wherever it came from, and then the command that you wanted to run, which is your raw input, right? So that gets written over. I'm going to kill this for now. And then I CD back to where I was. Oh, CD back over here. CD to data, stream, right? And then here's the stream answer. And here's all of the stream answers that have come in all the way to right now, right? And then our little IO stat that's running, or I notify wait rather, is just watching all the time. That's what our script is doing. It's just spinning. And then all we are doing is running that script. And then when one of you guys does an answer, ! Answer, it sends the data through that whole pipeline defined right here. Then the way that it gets over here into Loki, so that part is down here. That's what's generating the command and doing all the sending and stuff, and then how we're randomizing which server it goes to. And we could build in more control. There's not a lot of control going on right here. If this breaks, it doesn't rerun your command or anything. But we could work on that if we wanted. But over here, it gets sent to by Promptail. It gets sent into Loki, and then we have a log of everybody that's ever logged into or run anything in there. That's what that is. So we're just goofing around with it and making it work kind of the way that we expect it to. We hope. And you guys should then, at any time right now, be able to send in a answer and then the command that you think is necessary for this, and it would be the next one. Can you check this guy over time? Yeah, we did that with IOStat. Can you fire? We did all that. Now we go to security topics. So now, as we're sitting here, you guys can send in the commands that you think are the right commands. So what users have logged into a system in the last 24 hours? If you do answer with a command, it'll try to do it. If it's wrong, what does it matter? Like nobody here cares. Nobody here cares if you get something wrong. Just, you can test it. Maybe you want to see in front of everybody. You're doing kind of, again, we call this the Socratic method. You're just kind of hanging out and asking questions and throwing the commands that you know up against the wall, basically, as it were. So look, the command is last. Yep, last will tell you everybody that's logged in there. And then what if you want to do last and then only have it like since yesterday? That's actually a command. Now you can say last -- since space yesterday, and it'll only give you the one since yesterday. Now some of these systems have only been up since yesterday because I think they've gotten rebooted, but that would be something to play around. Oh man, all right guys, I'm yawning. I'm gonna do this. I think I'm gonna do this till 4. Oh, 1 hour from now, people are gonna be doing the Linux group. So in our Linux group, in 1 hour, there's the study group. Yeah, it's just over an hour from now. They're going to be doing the security engineering course, so it's a lot of that coursework type stuff. We got practice interviews about 4 hours after that, so that's about 5 hours from now. I'm going to be running practice interviews with people that want to do those. People have found a lot of value out of those, I think. I didn't hear how one of our guys was going for a job interview the other day, and I didn't hear how it turned out for him, but he was studying with us the night before. Like, he was going the next day to do actual job interviews for Linux, and he was studying with us the night before. I didn't hear how that ever turned out. So, hey, I've been watching for about a year now. Recently got a job as a junior sysadmin, dev engineer. Can you tell us something about your career path? How did it all start for you? Thanks for amazing content. Yeah, Maxim, I was always in computers, right? Like, I mean, I grew up, my family didn't have a lot, but my uncle gave us a computer. One of my uncles gave us a computer when I was like, that would have been like 89, because I think I was 8 years old. Yeah, so like 89. That's the 1989s, right? And so I got into computers, but it was all DOS, disk operated systems, and there were a couple games I could play. And I had a little computer game where I could like type in commands and move around and stuff. And what happened was we could... I did that, and then I in high school, and I try not to be bitter about it because it didn't really affect my path much, but it was kind of annoying. I don't like being lied to. Like, I can deal with a lot of stuff in life, but I don't like being lied to. And I was lied to by the people, like, I don't know, I guess you would call them like the counselors at the school. They told me I couldn't go to college unless I took all these other math classes. And I had all the math I needed to graduate high school by the time I got to high school. So then they told me, like, oh, you need all these or you can't go to college. And I'm like, as an adult, I know that you can just go to college if you have money. You can go to a community college. You used to be able to pay. It used to only be like back then. It was like $10 or $12 a credit hour. It was like nothing. And you could just pay and go. But I didn't know that. I didn't realize that was a thing. But anyway, so they I went in the Army. So I went in the Army and did some infantry stuff for 4 years. And while I was in, I got my CCNA. And I just went to like night school. So I was like an infantry guy running around with my rifle during the day, and then I was going to night school at night, and that ended up working out pretty good. And yeah, so I got my CCNA in 2002, and that's what got me into technology when I got out of the Army in 2003. I got stop-lossed by the Army for the convenience of the Army. They stop-lossed me so that they could send me to Iraq in 2003. And then when I got out, I started at a school district as a land technician. So I pushed computers around. Push computers, fix stuff for teachers. That's what I did. I was basically the hands of the IT department out to the different schools and stuff. So I did all that. And then when I was all done, I when I got done doing that, I went over to a company called GoDaddy, which was, they weren't small in 2006, but they were much smaller. And then I ran their network operations center for a while, and then I ran my own business for a few years. This was a question, by the way, somebody asked, like, kind of a little bit about my career. Ran my own business for a few years doing networking and systems for companies, like smaller companies, like small mid-sized business. I think the biggest company I did any work for probably had about 50, maybe 50 or 60 employees, and I just would go do business work for people on networking and stuff like that. And then in '08, I started teaching. So started teaching college stuff, right? Teaching like about the things that I had my master's in. And then I started going to I started working at Lockheed Martin in '09, early '09, and then that's when I just started doing all types, because they called us hardware engineers there, and we just had to do everything: rack, stack, work in the data center. I was in data centers heavily during that time, so it was about 16 years ago. And yeah, I've done everything Linux since then, for sure. So yeah, hopefully that answers your question. But like, I mean, I've gotten like way more certs than anybody needs, and I've gotten like way more degrees now than anybody needs, and I'm just, at this point, I feel like I'm just kind of, coasting it out and doing side quests. But no, for the most part, I just keep systems running. I write a lot of Ansible code. I write playbooks, let's say. I wouldn't really call it code. I mean, I guess you are making a system do execution, but it's different than like a real programming language, right? You're just telling it the state you want things. It's like I tell you guys, like if a king stands up and says, "I would like a sandwich," nobody like makes that king come down and tell them what types of sandwich they want. They just kind of expect you to know. That's being like declarative, and that's how it is when we talk in like the when we talk about like how Ansible kind of works. You tell Ansible how it should make things work, and it just goes and does it, right? So it just makes things the way that you declare the state. So MMD said, I need some good videos for Bash. I don't have any really good videos for Bash that I've done. I mean, I have some basic labs and stuff, but what I would tell you is if you are interested in Bash, we have one of our guys, Kolkis, who's around sometimes. I think he might even be over on Twitch side still. He is running a group on Saturdays, and all they do on Saturdays is go over Bash stuff. So he has like some events and stuff like that. So if you can't make it to them, though, they still ask each other questions down here, and then you can go and try to figure out almost like little problem-solving challenges just to make you think about stuff. Think about how a path works and how find works if you struggle with find. If you don't use find every day, you're probably going to struggle with it when you need it. But they have a fair amount of things in here that I think are useful for you guys. So, cat proc pid of SSHD command line, interesting. What did I miss here? So we got last, then we got proc. Yeah. So back on this one, can you tell me how the SSH daemon was started on the system? I would do something like this. I would do something like answer PSEF. I would try this. See if that works. So then I can see that it's 8:39, and I happen to see that it's started by parent process ID of 1, and that always tells me that it was systemd that started it. But then I can also go and I can check over here, answer systemctl status SSHD, and then I should be able to go check the status of it, and there it is. It's enabled, it's active running, and there's its 8:29 process ID, and then I can keep digging in on that if I wanted to. Crash my bike. Plus you can add to tasks with an if statement or whatever. Oh, Ansible is like programming, has variables and ways to control flow, block, rescue, always stuff. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I can do a fair amount of powerful stuff with Ansible. I would only need, I've only ever had to venture out of Ansible into like Python a few times in my career, of like basic stuff that I do. Yeah, I've only ever had to venture out. And then it's at that point, it's either Python or Bash that I use to do some little thing or whatever. But I always think of Ansible as like a scaffolding, and there's way more control that I have than just like my normal Bash loop. Because I was writing Bash loops before, I was writing Bash loops before Ansible was even created in 2013 or whatever it is. But it's so nice because it's got all these control things, and I always joke around about how Ansible's got like a little sack of variables on its back, and then you can call them at the end and see exactly how everything went in your play and report it all out. And I have labs that show you guys how to do that stuff if you guys struggle with it. But yeah, Maxim, you said you started practicing a lot of Ansible, and it's brilliant. The things that you do manually for hours can now be done. I agree, and Maxim, the more like the original people's arguments were, well, hey, hold on a second. If I do this, I'll automate myself. Me and my 10 teammates will automate ourselves out of a job, and they'll only need one of us. But then what you find out is, if you take care of the problems, then you're still needed. You just get to go do what I think is more interesting stuff. I do way more interesting stuff because I don't have the problems that I had early on. Like early on when we were always like, Linux systems were always filling up and other stuff like that, and we didn't have good monitoring, and it's way better now. Like we have way better monitoring of things. Typically, we have way better insight into what's going on inside of our systems, and then that frees us up to do other things. I think that's kind of my thoughts on it. So for delving into Linux systems, what do you advise to start here? So mmid, if you're in our Discord, I would start down here in a thing called Start Here. Beginner Start Here. That's where I would tell you. If you're not in our Discord and you just want a place, I would tell you to go here. I would tell you to go to Killer Coda. I think this is the best course. I think this is the best site on the web for teaching people anything. You don't have to start with my stuff. You can just go to Killer Coda and start with anybody's stuff. My stuff happens to be around Linux and the enterprise and like systems work and that kind of stuff. So I think my stuff is good, but I'm a little biased because I'm the one that wrote it all, right? So there's that, right? That's my thoughts on it. You're on the Discord. Well, then hop down, and I'd start at the Beginner Start Here. And somebody asked me the other day, so I did start there's a YouTube video series on Ansible. So I do have that going as well. Koya said, got my coffee and been looking at the Discord. Killer Code I think Killer Code is one of the best things you can give somebody. Like, it's free. It drops you right in a command line shell. And then, next thing you know, if you didn't know anything else about systems, you would know that you are now in a system and you're figuring out how to make it all kind of work. So, let's pull this back up. Can you list the kernel modules? Do you guys know what all the kernel modules are in the system? And then, by the way, you can answer, so ! answer on either side, and whatever command you would do, and it's going to pop up right here. So. Yeah. All right. So listen to the kernel modules. We think we know how to do. LSMod. There you go. Boom. LSMod will show you all the modules that are loaded. And one of the things I was showing you guys the other day that you can play with is you can look at exactly what's going on. So NF tables. Maybe you don't know what NF tables are, but you can go and maybe read a little bit about NF tables, and then you go, oh, NF tables, that's Firewall D is just a wrapper around NF tables. That's all it is. Yep. Firewall D itself doesn't really do anything. Firewall in general doesn't really do anything in a Linux system. I mean, it does, but it's a wrapper around these. So if you didn't know that, and before we had NF tables, we had IP tables, and we used to do IP tables all by hand. And we have some IP tables in my home lab for some of the stuff that works, but you can do a lot with NF tables and Firewall D nowadays. So you don't need to do all this stuff by hand anymore. So Linux Foundation has basic kernel training. Yeah. So Kuya, I can tell you one of the things I often say, and I've been doing Linux professionally for like 20 years now. I have only ever compiled and built my own kernels for fun, like for labs or for whatever. And you might say, well, no. If you were a professional, I'd say no. If you're a professional, if you're maintaining like 10,000 Linux systems for a company, you're not going to have one single compiled kernel on your own in there. Every single one of them is going to be supported by some company. And as soon as you compile a kernel and put it in, you will no longer get support for those systems. So you can't run them in enterprise systems. And you say, well, yeah, but you could run them down your dev test systems. But for what? That would be like if I had all my guys racing in like, Vipers, like Dodge Vipers, and then but when they go to race, they're going to be racing in like Porsches. It would be stupid. You'd be like, well, the car doesn't handle the same, doesn't have the same weight, doesn't have the same body style, it's stupid. Well, anyways, my point is it's the same thing. You don't, in the professional world, in the engineering support of operations and companies world, do that. Oh yeah, do there need to be people down there researching and building new kernels? Absolutely. Absolutely, that's the thing. But I'm telling you guys, like, if you say, hey, Scott, I want to get into like Linux administration for companies and then move up and do this operationally and stuff, you'll never build a kernel in your career. And I don't think I have, except to show it to students and to like compile kernels to like play with the component pieces of it. Other than that, it's not a skill. Like, none of you guys have ever seen me be like, hey, that's the thing that you need to focus on, because it's just not. So it's great. I think it's great to understand how the kernel is working, but you won't do that. So anyways, that's something to think about. Don't take on what you don't need to agree. Simple. Yeah. If it won't work, there's that. I'm fine with NF tables. I use IP tables for some stuff that like because like normally nowadays, by the way, you're not going to turn a Linux box into a router like you would 20 years ago either. But in my home lab, I do have a Linux box that's running as that. And because I knew how to do it with IP tables, I used IP tables. But it's I think it's an Ubuntu 24 system, 22 system, one of those. I could have probably done it in NF tables. I just didn't know how, and I didn't want to look it up, so I used IP tables. But that's one of those things where it's like, I know why, like in my home lab, I know why my one-offs are. But I tell you, like when you're in like the engineering world and you're doing that stuff, you have to be very rigid and very controlled about things. So I wouldn't have done that in the engineering world. I wouldn't have done something that I knew wouldn't be supported, right? Because that's what we call the first non-starter. It'd be like if you tried to get, like nowadays, if you tried to get on a racetrack and you wouldn't wear a helmet and you wouldn't wear one of those little neck brace things that keeps you from getting Dale Earnhardted, if you don't know what that means, I mean, he broke his neck on like the simplest looking little accident I've ever seen in racing, and it would have been prevented if he had one of those little harness things on or whatever. So if you guys aren't familiar, it's not that they aren't considered good routers anymore. It's just there's nobody supporting that. You would probably be running like an actual piece of hardware that does it, and it would be running Linux under the hood. And you wouldn't be recompiling that Linux because then it wouldn't be supported. So we go all, it's like all back around in circles of all the other enterprise stuff. You need a place, even if you're like the best engineer that I've ever met or ever whatever, you're still not going to build your own operating system to run in a company unless that's what your company does, because there's other problems that they need the engineers for. So yeah. OpenSense or pfSense, yeah. I have pfSense. Actually, I was just thinking about this today. If I do the Werewolf lab, so I was gonna have, there may be a course coming up. So you know how we have the Linux sysadmin course that's free, and the security engineering course that's free. There may be another. We're gonna do an Ansible course next. I'm gonna do all Ansible, but there's probably gonna be a third or a fourth course, I guess now, but it won't be free. And you say, well, what do you mean it won't be free? You're gonna make us pay? Nope, not gonna. You're not going to pay anything as far as money goes, but you will only be able to do that one if you've done the first two to done. And you say, oh, that sounds really, I don't have the capacity to, how to say this politely. I don't have the capacity to work with people that aren't interested in actually doing this stuff. I will set up all these labs for every rando that wants to mess around. But if it's going to be something like as serious as like standing up Werewolf and getting these skills to do it professionally, and I have to go watch what I have to do. Hold on. In my home lab, I have to come over here. I'm going to have to take down most of the Rocky boxes, and I'm going to have to take down like half of the hammers and probably put them all up here. So they'll all be up here, all the Rockies and hammers that are left. And then down here, I'll have to have multiple. I was going to do either C router again and then have a router for each one, or I'm going to have to do pfSense. And then, so for each of the nodes, it's going to take 4 nodes. There's going to have to be a router that does the routing for me. And then there's going to have to be the Hammer server and his Hammer server, the Werewolf server and his 2 nodes that are going to connect to him. And then everything else out of there would be, and so anyways, my point is I'm not gonna do that capacity like that, and I think I determined the other day I'm only gonna be able to do 6 of those. The people that are gonna do that are gonna have done the other stuff and really be interested in doing it, and I will expect that class to be like 6 out of 6 finish, not like the current class where it's like 9 out of 208 finished the last time, and this time it's, and I'm not trying to be mean about it, but now it's looking like maybe 4 people are gonna finish either of them. If even, I don't even know. I haven't looked on I have looked at the security engineering one, but I think there's like maybe 3 people still on pace for that. So what my point is, if I was going to spend all this time and build all this stuff for like Werewolf that I could just do with my company and get paid a whole bunch for, I'm only going to do that if people really want to do it. And there's this old saying, nothing you say is as important as what you do. Literally every person here will say, I'm ready to do it, I'm going to do it, but you're not. So I'm not trying to be mean there. I'm just saying it's a fact. You're not. You're gonna want to go drinking, or you're gonna want to go do whatever else instead of finishing the course. And you say, Scott, why are you so mean about it? I'm not being mean. I'm just being practical, right? Like people aren't doing it. So yeah, and I'll do everything I can for you guys, but I won't do that though, right? It's I'm not gonna. I can't make you guys do this stuff, right? Like it's just like. Sound like my dad there. I can't make you do it. All right, so can you list kernel modules? We got that. How about what's the next one? Can you verify that a file hasn't changed in the last 3 days? This one's interesting. Maxim said SHA-256. Yeah, SHA-256, and then if you knew the name of a file, that would be good to validate the hash of the file. But what if from like the operating system standpoint, we wanted to make sure it wasn't changed? How would we do that? Yeah, Control Byte, you can lead it to water. Well, and here's the thing, Control Byte. I think people are very, very full of, and I'm not trying to shit on anybody here. I'm just saying I'm very bad about this too. Everybody's very full of like the desire to get better, but then when they actually start going to get better, they don't have the discipline to keep doing it. Like I say, hey, just do a little bit each day, or touch it on Friday and touch it on Sunday to like get everything done, and people just simply won't do it. So, I mean, we can do whatever, but to Bread said stat on something. Okay. Echo modified something stat dash y. What command? What file are you even doing it on? I can't even tell what stat dash c %y. But what's %y? I'm thinking something much simpler. I'm saying, what if you just wanted to check like etc cron tab? What would you do? I would do answer, and then I would say stat. Stat is the right answer, I think. Or I would stat like etc cron tab, let's say. And then now that would pop up. ls-l will also show you when something was last modified fair. That was a fair. And also, I think we just found, we do have a little bit of a timing thing, because hers came in on Twitch and mine came in over there, and I know there's a 1 second cooldown, but I think mine is gone forever. Because I did a stat etc cron tab. I did stat. Well, MMD, I can tell you that the study partner idea is great. We have a lot of guys that are down there studying in the Discord. I think that, and I can tell you, I think most of the people down there would tell you they weren't motivated all the time either. And then the other people in their group were like, all right, round it up. We're talking Linux. We're going to work on the Linux stuff. That's why they have their little study groups and stuff, because it is hard to get around and get them over. I have stuff I have to do for my college. I might do it here in a little bit when the normal study group starts today. I might go do that before I come back for the 7 o'clock thing. So that gives me, or is it 8 o'clock? Well, now I'm wondering, because I want to say I said it was 8 o'clock earlier. Let's see. Yeah, Linux group start. So the practice interviews start at 8. Yeah, so I think I did that so I could stream for a little bit and hang out, and then do that. But I've got some college stuff myself that I got to do, and I gotta go discipline myself to do that as well. You learn Cisco because you practice every week. Yeah, I mean, I did Cisco in college for a couple of years before I went and took my CCNA. And I'll tell you guys something funny. This is true. When I passed my CCNA, I could program the shit out of a router and a switch. I could not tell you what a server was. I knew a server was the thing over there that I needed to give ports to and watch traffic to. I could not have defined a server for you when I graduated. And well, I didn't even graduate. I got my CCNA. I had 2 classes left on my undergrad. So in my that wasn't even undergrad. That was associate's level, which I guess is technically undergrad, but it was associate, so it doesn't really count. And then I got sent to Iraq, so I didn't get to finish at Pikes Peak Community College. And then I moved down. To Phoenix, and I went to DeVry, and then that's when I finished. I just got a bachelor's in like a year and a half, and then I was all done. Date-R Etsy hosts. Okay. Not sure what that is. I really like the stat command for something. Yeah, Pikes Peak is just a big. It's right at the base of the Rockies, and Pikes Peak Community College is like the big community college in the Colorado Springs area. So when I was in the Army, I was in Fort Carson, Colorado most of the time. At the beginning, I was in Fort Benning, Georgia, and then I was over in Colorado Springs for 3.5 years, and then I went over to Iraq for about 6.5 months or so. So there was that. Gilgamesh, you force yourself to learn everything from Arch. Nice. Yeah. I'm a big fan of doing anything to get you into this if you guys aren't using it. So there's that. All right, this one's interesting. Can you encrypt a text file using VI? Do you guys know how to do that? And if you don't want to actually drop into VI because it's not going to actually work on this, you can just echo out what the command is you think if you want. My boy just retired at Fort Lewis. Nice. Yeah, I was in 4 years, 3 months, and 6 days, so I didn't stay in any longer than that. I was all done. Is it just stat or is there TAC? TAC is the reverse of cat, Miss Sapphire. TAC just reverses the output of a system. So cat shows the file from the oldest, the top of the file to the bottom. TAC reverses that order. And TAC is very useful for commands like last, because last is a terrible output. They put the most recent shit at the top, and then you go down to the bottom and you don't see the most recent stuff. So I always do last pipe TAC, and then it'll flip it around for me. So it's kind of nice. Yeah, when you use VI, you can use VI-X, and it'll encrypt for you. Now, and then it's the Blowfish 2 algorithm. I thought it was Blowfish 3, but apparently it's only Blowfish 2. And I always tell you guys to go look that up. Go look up the history of the Blowfish algorithm. It's kind of fun. What about tail? But tail wouldn't work. So here's the thing. Last is a reverse order. So the top would be, you'd have to do head. You'd have to do tail head if you wanted to get the last 10 entries, and they would still be out of order backwards. So tail would show you would do a tail on it, and you would get those at the bottom, and then you'd be like, what the hell is this? This is from like September of last year. And it's just a hassle. So I like to just flip it over. I tell people last without like more is like the most useless command ever, or last without TAC to flip it around is like super useless. So last head is fine too. I always do last pipe it to more, because then I can see what I want, and then I can jump down more if I need to. So yeah, you could do command head in that case, Maxim. Yep. 100%. So look here, you guys, if you do answer, exclamation mark answer, and then whatever command you want to do, it'll do the command for you, and right here on the left here. So that's what we're watching here. So what's the next one? For any user, can you determine their sudo permissions? Do you guys know how to do that? And the user in this system, if you guys care, is Scott or Scott2. Scott or Scott2 are the two. Well, or you could do root as well. But what command? Do you guys know how to check the sudo permissions? By the way, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna let you guys figure that out real quick. I'll be right back. Now, ID root will show you some interesting things, but ID root won't show you the sudoers permissions. There's another command for sudoers, and I think I have sudo on these boxes. I need to grab some water bottles real quick. Give me a second. My water bottles in my fridge. Alright. Did you guys find it? Oh, we don't have sudo on there. Oh, that's my I set you guys up for failure. The right command is the one that Tabred used. Sudo-l-u root. And then the one problem is, even if you install it, it won't install on all of them. So, but here's the thing. I can fix it real quick. Watch. I'm going to show you guys how I fix it. So, I can go over to the werewolf box, right? So here's the werewolf box. And I can say for server in 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, just for fun, do SSH to Rocky server, and then I can say dnf install -y sudo. Done. And I can put an ampersand so it hits them all at once. It's going to install sudo real quick on all of those. And then now if we go back over here, and if somebody would do Tabred's command again right here. If somebody can do that command again, then now it'll work. Also, the reason I want to focus in on you guys knowing that command, that is one of the most useful commands I've ever learned in all of Linux. And you say, really? Yeah. I mean, when I was an admin troubleshooting stuff, when I've been an engineer building stuff, and I just, what permissions can, you know, and I'm trying to like tie, you know, and I'm trying to set, because I've come into, I've told you guys this, when I get called in, right, when my company sends me to do something, or somebody's paid to have my time, I'm almost always like getting parachuted in like little Timmy with a backpack, and I have to like fix something that's weird or wrong or whatever, and I'm almost always like making it right across a whole cluster, right? That's kind of like one of the things I do well. And this type of thing, if I run an Ansible playbook and I run this and then I pull back a report for myself of all of this, and I've shown you guys how I write my reports and stuff. It's all up in the, like, I don't have anything here that's hidden, right? I do very simple stuff. That's all I do. I tell you guys all the time, you guys show me stuff and I'm like, better than what I can do. My stuff's all simple. But this command right here, run against not just root, like let's say it's a service Ansible account, and I need to verify that the service Ansible account on all machines can become root, because we're going to have to come in as a service Ansible and sudo up. That's always a permission problem. Like that's always a permission rule. So I could run this command across all of my cluster, or the cluster that's there, and figure out which ones are wrong. And then I can go ahead and deploy and drop in, typically in etc sudoers.d, the file that fixes that across the cluster. And then people are like patting me on the back and telling me I did a good job. And I'm like sitting there like, fucking, you guys are paying me for this? Like, it's ridiculous. Like, I'm not saying that it's not hard. I'm just saying it's like once you figure it out, the patterns are all the same, guys. The patterns are all the same. What is this one? Somebody catted out. Yeah, you can, so sudo awk print nf etc password. Now, with your awk, you need to have a capital. You need to have a capital S dash capital F colon for it to get the last field. Because what did I say? Can you verify? What did I say here? Can you list of default shells of all these? Yeah, you could do that. Oh, but I wanted a list of the count of all the default shells. So this one's a little different than that. That's good if I needed to map them back later. But what if I just want the count of all these? Can anybody count those for me in one command? I know I've shown this to you guys before, so some of you might know this. Miss Sapphire, if you don't have sudo, you don't have a way to do like the enterprise standard way of sudo of becoming root. Then I guess if you didn't have sudo, you would have to give the people root permission, which like almost universally is a non-starter. Like I'm not giving anybody root in my company. Hold on. This one's fun. I'm gonna show you guys this one because I like this one. So this one is exclamation mark answer, and it's let's say we cat etc pass wd grep. And then we're going to awk dash capital F colon. I hope this doesn't make, this is probably going to make an error once we do that. Let's see if the sort, guys, I think it's because of the commands. What's DOS from OpenBSD? Is that another thing to do like sudo? I've never used it. The command I would use wouldn't work for this because it's a colon. And once I use a colon in the command, it's a field delimiter and how we pull it out, so it'll break. So won't work. Oh shoot. Oh, did we get one? See the Maxim, that's exactly the way I would do it. However, I think that one won't answer, or won't work rather, because the colon is gonna break. But that's exactly sort unique dash C. Yep, that's right. And then you could sort again, I guess, if you wanted to. But well, this won't. This will all be unique. Every one of them's unique. We want just the last field, right? So we would need to probably use a cut because with awk we have to use a colon. So. But yeah, that one's hard because of how we're passing it through, how everything passes through. But I'm seeing the right commands from you guys. It's just the it doesn't help. All right, can you verify the individual user's limit? So this is like you want to go check the users. That's a good one. Check all the type of system that we're using. There you go. All right. So you needed to find the character for the field for your cut. So there you go. There you go. And we could also do this with mine. So I'll do this one with mine then too. So mine would be exclamation mark answer. And then it would be cat etc pass wd awk dash capital F and then that value. Right? And then print $NF and then and then we'll say sort unique dash C. So that would be mine. What? Oh, well. Somebody try mine, but with the word right. That was, goddamn. Did somebody do an answer, or did I turn that on accident? All right, turn that off. That I didn't mean to have that on like that. Did somebody do mine right? Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yep. So now the next one is you verify an individual user's limits to open. This one's actually similar to my other one. So this one is awk is still confusing to me. So awk by default. Let me show you something with awk real quick. Just come over here real quick. So let's just look at awk, how awk works. If I had, let's look at let's look like if config, right? And if you were to awk on this, right? The way awk works is it by default the field delimiter, what we call the field delimiter, is a space. So this right here is $1, which is, as we go down the line, going to be $1 here and here. So and then by the way, $1 would be these here. So if I did an if config like this, and then I said awk print $1, I am going to get the first field all the way down based on the field delimiter of this space right here. This space, this space, this space, this space, this space, 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 space. So I expect to see ETH0, INET, INET6, Ether, RX, RX, TX, TX, loopback, INET, right? Does that make sense? That's what I expect to see down that line because it took the first ones. Now, hold on. Let's say, real quick, Miss Sapphire, because it's confusing to you, right? I'm going to change the field delimiter. And the field delimiter for me now is going to be, I'm going to use a different field delimiter. And I'm going to say that the field delimiter that I want to use instead of spaces is going to be colon. This is going to get real weird. But now what's going to happen, we're going to print ETH0 still, because there's the first field delimiter. And we're still going to get loopback, because there's this field delimiter. But up here, we're going to get that whole line. That's the whole first field. We're going to get INET6 up to there, because that's his first field delimiter. Ethernet, we're going to get him up to here. RX packet, we're going to get the whole thing, whole thing, whole thing, whole thing. It's going to get weird. It's going to get real weird, which is why you need to understand what your field delimiters are. By the way, it also took off the field delimiter because it was part of the it wasn't part of the field anymore, right? So weird, right? Isn't that weird? Super, super weird. It took, yeah, it chopped up where it could, but like here, INET6, because that's where the first field delimiter is. But these ones didn't have any field delimiter, so it just took the whole thing. So when we look at awk is to look at the column lines, and then grep is to look at your fields, right? So what might have been better to do for me is if I just did if config. I think if config is a nice one to look at for this. If config, I can grep like MTU and just get MTU, and then I can say only give me print the last field. And instead of counting the fields, I'll just say NF, which is the number of fields, and it'll always give me the last field, which is one of the guys did earlier too. But yeah, so but we're not using, so the dash F, we had to give it the special character to be a colon when it got to the system, because if we tried to hand it in before, it would get chopped up right here. This can't deal with it right there. Because see, it's username, which is your Miss Sapphire, Twitch, and then cat some long password, and then that worked, right? But if you had put a colon in there, it would have been username, command source Twitch, and then raw input would have only been the first half up until that command. Is that right? Oh, no. This would have been fine. It would have been fucked up in the next part. It would have been messed up in the command here, which I'll stop this and show you guys the command, right? Right here, when I did the last one is the entry, and the entry is actually the command you're running. So entry could be command. I really should call that command so it's more clear to you guys. But that's the command being run right there. And then, anyway, so we'll let this keep running, and then now you guys can grab more. All right, so now it's general system stuff. Can you tell me how the system was booted by Grub? How did the system get booted? Can anybody tell me that? And now Grub doesn't exist on these really, but you can at least tell me how the kernel was called. What are you saying, Inspector? Oh, run it again if you would, Inspector, because your command, I think I was done. I think I had stopped it when you were running your command. I think for a few of you guys, we missed your commands, so you might have to rerun them. Command is dmessage. Dmessage is one that I would run for that. And I would probably put a head on it, because then with the head, it would only give us, there you go. IP-J link list, and then only give me the MTU. Yeah, okay. I like that because now you're using JQ. And by the way, I do think, I think, so if you had asked me 10 years ago, if you had said something to me like, Scott, I need you to recommend if like a Linux admin should learn, or Linux engineer should know what JQ is, I'd have been like, what? 10 years ago. 5 years ago, I'd have said, it's probably good to have a good understanding of it. But now, like now in the engineering and the type of stuff that I end up touching all the time, I think you should be like very, very, very in the weeds with, I think you should sit around and understand JQ, yes. I had a side project the other day. I say side project, but it was free. One of my buddies is he's an economist, but he's finishing up his economics PhD. He was teaching for a while, and then now he works for a company. I think it's like Econometrics or something like that. Anyways, he needed me to pull a bunch of weather data, and I actually haven't finished it all for him. But what happened first was he gave me all the zip codes, and I'm like, well, we need these in lat long. So I had to go and feed those in. It took about 18 hours on the free APIs to send out and pull out the stuff that I needed. That's actually what you guys see when I jump over this. This is on, yeah, we had, how many lines? We had 25,619 lines to run through to find, because all I had was the zip codes, and I needed to know, did I say area codes earlier? Sorry, zip codes. And I needed to know where they were, because the next part of it that I still have to write is to pull the last 2 years of weather data from each one of those zip codes, all 24,000, and keep it somewhere where I'll probably just build an API where he can just call a day and a thing or whatever, or range, and it'll pull it. So anyways, but that was, if you've ever wondered what that other thing was that I jump over a lot. Can you show everything connected to the PCI? Okay, so the last one was booted. Can you show me everything connected to the PCI bus? Command proc command line like that is one of my favorite commands. Like if you tell me I have 10 servers in an environment and they were all built by the same process, I expect to run cat proc command line against them and see that they're all the same. Now it's not true anymore with Werewolf, because look at this mess in Werewolf. This is terrible. But the way it used to be, or in a normal system, I would be able to see that they were all called the same way. With Werewolf, because of the fact that they are PXE booted and they're pulling everything, none of this matches anymore. So it's not as clean. But if you were to say, hey, Scott, can you validate that they were all called with the same kernel arguments aside from this stuff? Yeah, we could go find that. Yeah, we could go find all that stuff. So there's that. Yep, lspci is the command I would use as well to see everything connected to the PCI bus. And you might say, Scott, is that really important when we're on like virtual machines? It's still important. It's important, you know, this is another one, you know, you go work on 10 servers, and then you go install a physical card in 10 physical servers, and you come back and 9 of them boot up properly and have all the drivers and stuff, but one doesn't. So you go to your LSPCI and you don't see it. You do your dmessage and you look for it and you look for errors and you don't see it. It's very possible, guys, that you just didn't seed it all the way. This actually happens, and if anybody's here has worked in hardware, you know it's a very big, very good possibility. You just need to go back down to the data center, open that one box up, seed it properly, or you know, make sure everything else is right, and then typically that's it. That's what it is. Which is why I actually like some of these cards nowadays. When once they snap in, that's the only way you can like move the arm over or actually screw it in. It won't actually accept unless you've made a good connection, and that's kind of a thing that Dell does quite a bit. So, what was this command? Oh, by the way, you guys can always see the commands over here. Well, they show up one after because of, again, that's a behavior I got to figure out in Proxmox. Can you show everything connected to the PCI bus? Looks like this is a DMID code. That's what this one looks like. But let's see what the command was. L show. Yeah. So, or LS hardware. I actually showed this. I actually had to install this one the other day for this one to work. So now this is part of the baseline. But yeah, you can see everything in there. Absolutely. Might get a little more information, and then you might want to carve it down a little bit, but that's good. Can you tell me the running kernel version? And what else can you tell me about the kernel version, I guess? Because this is important, right? We want to be able to do this. Uname-A is good. That's perfect. It'll show us all that. What if you needed to use uname-v? That's interesting. What if you use uname-r and then you could use that as a script variable to make other decisions later? I'm actually a big fan of uname-r. And when if you had me if you had me running something and you said, "Hey Scott, I need you to write a script that goes and hits all these machines. We need to install something on the machines, but if they're older than like this version, it's not going to work anyway, so you might as well just fail your script out." I would grab that as a kernel version right at the beginning, and I would compare that down through the, wherever I needed to compare it, and then I would just fail my script out with, found old kernel version or whatever. And then I would dump the kernel version, I would go about my day. And those things would either come back to me through Ansible variables or because I wouldn't kick off something nowadays against 100 machines without using Ansible around it. But I can also send that up. We could curl that and send it up to Loki. There's all kinds of things we can do, guys, right? Like, it depends how you want to get stuff off your system. LSB release. I saw that over there. That one, I'm hoping that's on the system. Hold on. You need to do answer and then exclamation mark answer and then that. I think LSB release will work too on these. If not, that's still a good one, but LSB underscore release. Just make sure you put answer in front of it. And by the way, again, if you guys are looking to like grab all these commands, they're all over here. And then I don't know what the interest would be for people, but if you were like, "Hey Scott, can you dump all of those out of Loki like into Discord later?" If people wanted them, I'm gonna have them all for if you guys needed it. Yeah. I'm not actually sure. I would think the LSB release might work. Let's see. We don't have it. Yeah, I apologize. I think I can install that, but I don't think we have that. And then if you guys tried to install it, remember you'll jump to one of 5 servers, so it wouldn't work well to install it. I'd have to probably go do it, but this one's fun. How many versions of the kernel do you have? There's the version. This is another way to see the kernel version for sure right here to Bread had. But how about DPKG? Oh, Control Byte. These are Rocky boxes. These are Rocky boxes, so you got to use RPM dash QA. These are Rocky boxes. RPM QA and then probably grep dash I for kernel, if I had to guess. But these are container images, so there's only one. But can you tell me how many versions of the kernel you have available? And also on physical or virtual machines that are not containerized like this, you could also get away with ls boot, looking for VM. If you did ls/boot/VM asterisk, you'd see all the versions of a kernel. So yeah, we're on a Rocky box, guys, so dpackage won't do it. Inspector, that's exactly right, but this is a containerized image, so none of these have it. Let me show you guys what this would look like real quick for what Inspector was trying to show you guys. It's this. I'm going to come to this one and then just run it. So see, those are all my old versions on this physical. Well, it's a virtual machine, but those are old. I know, guys. I got to get that stuff working. But for what you guys are kind of trying to do, it's RPM-QA pipe grep for kernel, -I kernel. That's what I would search for. Can't find screen fetch. You might want to, if I were trying to do that, I might do DNF what provides screen fetch and see if it's part of another package. I'll show you real quick because I can jump on one of those nodes too. So let's go here. DNF what provides grep-I screen. Oh no, what provides screen fetch. You don't have to do it like that. Let's see. I don't know if another package might provide that. Nope, doesn't exist. It could be possible. It's very possible that I don't have a very possible that I don't have some kind of repo that you would need for that. I don't know where we'd get screen fetch. So, can you show that the SSHD service is running? Well, it's actually funny. You're connecting over SSH, so failed to run the command neofetch. Yeah, I think somebody was doing neofetch earlier too, and I think it's the same thing. Yes. That's funny. Did it work? It should do a bunch of Y's. But I think it's failed out already. Okay, SSHD, that should work. We should see it running. It's enabled. You've gone into it. Its PID is 807. That's good. Also, some of you guys will note that we are SSHing in. So if we couldn't SSH, it would be down anyways. This one, I love these. I love anything with PSAUX or any of those. We can see it. And then Echo Fu. I like that. SSHD service is running for sure, right? You can also do, I mean, on a box, you can do, yeah, I'd say searching for SSHD would probably be one of the best. Just making sure that it's there. You could also do, I guess you could do your SSNTLP and you could do your LSOF-I port, port. But we'd need to know that number for colon again, wouldn't we? Like I'd have to come in here and go steal that number for colon over here again. Oh, it won't pass through any of the commands that you guys try to run. But I can tell you, if you ever want to map the environment, you guys can always just jump in as root. So the servers that you're jumping in on right here are 15 to 19, and I've moved our Linux admin course down to, those guys are all 1 through 14, or 1 through 14, I believe. So, yeah, the port is definitely 22, but you want to use a command like this. I would do this. You can kill SSHD. Yeah, you're right. So I might say answer and that's ss-ntulp. You don't need the grep-i really. You just need the grep and the 22. But if I didn't know where I was, I could see that I'm listening on port 22, and then that's a connection there. Yeah. What's its parent process? What does it matter what the parent process is of SSHD? Does anybody know? So if you do an if you do a PS-EF on SSHD and you see that its parent is 1, does everybody know what that means? What does it mean that we're doing 1 as our parent? Let's see if that works. SSH is running. Does everybody know the logic of that? These are ands, or these are if this evaluates to true, always execute this. And this is or, that's or logic, execute that. That's what that's running. 1 is systemd in modern system. Yeah. I don't know about initv. You probably won't run into that much anymore. I haven't seen that. Well, I mean, unless you're running one of these other operating systems that run it, but yeah, it should be systemd as 1. And then now everything should have a parent. All your processes that were started by systemd should have a parent process of 1. And you'll kind of notice that as you crawl around on systems over time. So read link sbin init. I need to figure out how to get Promtail to read the most recent one without having to trigger when the next one reads, but we'll see that. Oh, okay. And it is interesting, yeah, reparenting is an interesting thing, because if you ever no-hup a process and then kill your shell, you will see that all your processes get owned by 1. So it's kind of like the little orphanage that collects up all the processes that have parents killed. So if you kill your parent shell, but you have a no-hup running, I only noticed this the other day because we were doing something. Everything gets the process ID of 1. So I didn't know that was called reparenting, but that's a good thing to know. It's a good thing to know. I had never actually looked at that or looked into that before, so I had never come across a reason to dig into that too much. So, all right. Can you edit the file that changes the kernel that the system boots to? Now, this is kind of not really for our environment. This is just in general. But the file would be in boot grub.conf or grub.cfg. But we can't edit that on these systems, so we'll just skip that one. Can you tell me the version of Linux you're using? We know the kernel version, but what's the version of Linux you're using? By the way, I've told you guys this. If you're ever going to put in a support ticket to Red Hat, SLES, you've got some special NVIDIA packages and the very special, maybe you got a very nice... I told you guys, I got these servers that are like 4U. So 4U is like that. It's 4 times 1.75, right? So almost 8, little, I don't know, however long that would be. But I have these 4U boxes that are worth like 450K. They're ridiculously expensive because they're Dell. And yeah, so you can do any of these OS releases. I like Etsy Splat release because it catches everything, even if you are on a modern version of Linux that's doing something else. So I do like this. And then if you ever want to see how this relates to other ones, you just do an ls-l on that one as well. So uname-a is great, but this will give us the kernel version and not necessarily the Linux version, which is like, the Rocky platform or whatever. But real quick, these are the two things right here that if I was ever putting in a ticket, I would immediately go and grab and just put it in the ticket. It does, like I always tell the junior guys, I'm like, it doesn't matter what else we're doing, guys. Throw that crap in the ticket. Because I'm telling you right now, that's the first thing a support person's going to do. They're going to look up and go, oh, I could buy a little time by just asking them this. And then it'll be in there. And then, you sent it on like a Friday afternoon, and it doesn't get looked at till Monday. So now they've got it classified as like the lowest. And you're like, son of a... But if they do that, and you had put that in there already, now you can say something about it. You could be like, look, nobody worked on this all weekend when you guys have you guys have like reasonable 24/7 support for us, but you got, he sent me back a question I already answered, and that's up to you how much you want to do that with your vendors. I mean, that's a whole song and dance that you got to deal with. But what's that ANSI color used for? I don't know what is that. I don't know what that is. Oh, I don't know either. I have no idea. I tell people all the time, like, I wasn't sitting on any of the decisions. Like when people picked the color scheme, even of like LS, I wasn't there. When Ubuntu picked all their stuff, sitting in their canonical offices, I have no idea how a lot of this stuff came to be. I don't even know how I would use that. I mean, I guess if I could need that variable for something, but yeah, I don't even know. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe if you had, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where those come. I don't know where those come into play. Maybe on some kind of boot thing, they're referencing those. I really don't. Couldn't tell you. So maybe your batch size and batch weight settings in your Promtail. We can go check. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna leave that open. You guys can still be doing stuff there. I just won't see it. Where do I have it? Let's just go here. I don't have any special configs. I just have them here. So I have taken all the defaults, likely. So if we wanted to go play with, I'll leave this over here if you guys want to keep answering. Yeah, can you describe the 7 fields of the Etsy PassWD file? Let me go look. I'll go look on another window over here. Hold on. What is... Yeah, I think what it is, Colchis, because I'm looking right here real quick while I'm thinking it's very possible that I just have one that's so old that I've never and I've just kept moving it forward, that I just have never used any of these values. I can almost guarantee you that's what it is, because look at all these new values that weren't there before. Yeah, I probably can play with batch weight is 1 second. But that's weird. I would think that's only if batching is turned on, which I'm not. I'm not batching. All right, I'll play with that. I will play with that, guys. Move that out of the way. All right, can you describe the 7 fields? Nice. Well, there's it used, but I don't know what that that color would have been otherwise. You guys can set that color there. All right. Somebody's messaging me. Hold on. The wife said she wanted to call me from a phone. She's back east right now. But it was the wife. I don't know if you guys can see that. Hold on, I'll hold that up. It's an old payphone. Anybody here ever used a payphone? You drop the 25 cents in, and then later I think it was like 30 cents, and then it was whatever. That's funny. All right, what else do we got here? All right. Can you show me all the unique shells that... Oh, this was one we did earlier. We did that earlier. All right. Can you set one this one's fun. So can you set a variable that will be... So you set 2 variables. One is only in your local shell, and it's a local variable. And then one is, for lack of a better term, a global variable, but it can be seen by all of your child processes. And then could you prove it? Now, this is one of the ones that would be harder to do here, but you could probably still... I think you guys could still pull it off. You'd at least get the right command if you wanted. Okay. All right. Local var equals 1. That would set one variable if you did local var equals 1, sure. And then how would you make sure... Who knows how to make a variable go further? I never spent 25 cents on a payphone. I would call collect to use my message as my name. Yeah, Inspector, you'd be like, Mom, pick me up from Rolero. Mom, pick me up from Great Skate. That's what you would do as a kid. Mom, pick me up from the arcade. That's, I mean, when I was a kid, those were the places. You went to Rolero, Great Skate, or the arcade. And then there was a nickel arcade, but I don't think my mom ever dropped us off at the nickel arcade. I think it was only ever my did we change our... Have we now changed our color? Did we just... Oh, God. Oh, God. This is going to be weaponized. Oh, no. You guys just figured out you could change the number of the terminal, and my terminal doesn't reset during the script. Oh, I'm going to have to, like, make that script die every few seconds. Oh, gosh. Okay, so export is the other one, and then you would export the variable. So those are the 2 right commands. But I think it's funny that we just figured out that... Because I'm pretty sure this is going to be green forever now until we reset the terminal and stuff. So I'm gonna have to keep modifying this every time we go. You can make every word a different color. Well, 100% you could do that. Here's your archetype right here for changing when you do your print. Yeah. So you can see how to do that. Yeah, you guys can set colors. We used to set colors of our PS1 variables, but I don't really do that much anymore because I just try to pay attention. All right, can you set a process to run every 5 minutes on a server? All right, so now he's set it back, but now once you guys learn how to keep changing it, oh, God. If that didn't come through, Inspector, it was only because of a timing thing, not because I have something that blocks oh, God, that one from coming through. I think it still will come through over here, but I think there's a timing thing. I'm very reticent to say please send that again, but terminal has a chastity cage built in. That's funny. That's funny. How long, in your opinion, would it take someone to be proficient with Linux? Junior sysadmin. Nice. My standard answer to most people is about 3 months. I think if you spend 3 months really digging in on Linux, you can do junior sysadmin work. What did I just say? 3 months. I think it's about 3 months. I think somebody who was tremendously motivated and already pretty good could probably get to sysadmin in like a month. But that would be like, this is all you want to do. And like, you're just going to sit there for 8 hours a night working on this stuff, hanging out, like watching old streams from people, not just me, but other people. That's what I would think. But if you're just like a normal person that's just studying and doing this stuff, I'd say probably like 3 months to get into a junior sysadmin role. Now, hold on. All that to say, I don't know how long it's going to take you to get the actual job. I'm telling you, I just think that's when I would call you ready to maintain a system. So you got to remember, our Linux sysadmin course going through about 10 hours a week, we still do 16 weeks of that. So what is that, 150 something hours, or close to 150 hours worth of work? It's not, I mean, this is not like, not something you pick up overnight, but it is something I think you guys can all do. Like, I don't think there's anything stopping you guys. So you guys all know how to set a cron job. If you don't, this is a nice thing to understand. If you don't, let's say answer cat Etsy cron tab. Know how to do that. Like, look at your cron tab. And then that will help you to set something for every 5 minutes or every however many minutes you want. And Wikipedia has a pretty good page, and there's probably like 100 good blogs on it that'll show you how to do it. So Echo hello world sleep 300. Even if that would have worked, even if this could have worked, we have a timeout both on the SSH and a timeout in the shell when you execute the command. So either way, it would get you. So it would run in the background though. No, if you got a no-hop to work, it would run in the background. But you would the terminal connection would still drop and it would still come back to here. So yeah, I'm a big fan of building stuff. I think if you guys build stuff, you'll learn a lot about this. There's an environment, yeah, user environment, env, setup, print env. I'm a big fan of all those. I use print env. It gives you the exact same output as env. Oh, what did we get? What happened? Some of those are gonna mess you guys up. Unfortunately, some of the things that are like the way that it cuts things are gonna mess up most commands like that. Yeah, and I can see it anywhere with. That's pretty funny. Yeah. It's very, very possibly what broke. But I like over here that we have, like, I have in Loki, just I'm keeping track of everything that people send and all that stuff. All right, what is your user's home directory? What is root's home directory? Now, you are the root user here, so it's like, it is what it is. Which declare equals declare f is interesting. Interesting. I have not played with that. But how would you determine your home directory and what is the root's home directory? I mean, that's just knowledge, right? Oh, okay. Which declare f. Nice. Nice. That is a perfectly acceptable way to find, if you knew you were root, the home directory of root, 100%. Could you also do something like answer ID, right? Maybe I do answer ID. and that gives me some info. Or maybe I answer, who am I? Now, neither of those, by the way, guys, tell me, neither of those work or show me that. But what if I did this? Excuse me. So I say grep, and I was going to do dollar sign. Whoops, I need to have an answer in front of it. What if I wanted to grep what if I did that? Well, that would at least tell me root. If root was, what if I wanted to make that who am I, but at the beginning? So I might do something like this. That. Oh. Did mine work? Yeah, mine went in. Wait, no, my new one didn't go in. So that's the thing. There is a little bit of a timing issue on this, which is fine. We normally won't walk over each other too hard, but did that work? Yeah, that just gave me only where root was anchored to the front, right? And then that was a way to find that. And then my one earlier went in, but the command didn't execute because, you know, sometimes there's some things. Can you show all the aliases? Yeah, this is important. The command is alias. Wait, is alias locking up? Did Rocky 19 finally give up the ghost? Alias should have come back in like a second. It definitely eats any colons. Yeah, colons aren't going to come in through correctly. Yeah, that's weird that alias like couldn't. Too many aliases couldn't. Yeah. Somebody said 1,000 aliases or 10 million, and we can't read it anymore. That's pretty funny. Can you show all the user aliases? It definitely eats. Oh, all right. So can you show all that? Good. Can you create or remove an alias? CD to infinite alias. Yeah. Can you create or remove an alias? Yeah. It almost looks like it froze up. I don't think it did though. I don't know if anybody can do like a basic LS or something, just check. But I haven't seen one in a while. But maybe it's just because there's no. But can you create or remove an alias? You can just alias or unalias things. Pretty easy. Or even just somebody try an alias again. I don't know why that does seem somewhat frozen up right now for something that should just be rolling along. Did I? Command is alias, okay. Answer the command is alias. Alias equals unalias. But it doesn't look like it's connecting to any of my nodes anymore. That is weird. Let's try something real quick. That's working. Huh. It's weird that it's not just coming back with the alias correctly. Alright, I'll take that, because at least that gave us a timeout and it failed. Alright. We'll get out of the alias stuff. Can you tell if a user has a password set? This is like a CHAGE command.
I can answer that for money.
If you guys do commands, you'll find all of our commands. It's commands, or I think exclamation mark CMD, and then there's a bunch of ones that I added the other day when we were messing around with this, and I just thought it was funny. Oh, also, guys, I meant to tell you, there should be, they're doing the security engineering study group. So if you guys want to go and get in there and talk with the guys, they're down there in the study group right now. So you should go down there and play around with that. And then let's go see if we can look at. Oh, you got to do, Chris, you got to do answers and then cat Etsy shadow. So exclamation mark answers and then Etsy shadow should do it. Or answer, just answer will do it. Exclamation mark answer and then cat Etsy shadow should send it over. Yeah, it's a little weird thing to get into, but we started doing it today. Just I figured I'd give you guys the ability to just throw commands up there and we'll just see how they break it. People have been messing around with it a lot, so it's pretty funny. This is CHAGE-L and then the username. So use like Scott or Scott1. Oh no, you lost your time. Scott or Scott2 are the two Scott users. So CHAGE-L. So answer. Did Cat Shadow come out? By the way, answer and then CHAGE-L and then Scott2 for me. And then it'll tell me if I've ever set my password or if it's ever expired. I don't know why. Hold on. Answer cat Etsy shadow should have come through. I don't see it though. Unless, Chris, that must have conflicted with somebody else doing it. But that would show if there was a password set for a user. That's true. And in my cluster, I don't have any passwords that are mine. They're like cluster default generated passwords. So normally I wouldn't show Etsy shadow on the screen ever, but it's fine to do that in this environment because it's a lab that doesn't really matter. So yeah, so there's some password change information that might be interesting. Last password change, never. Users never change his password. Kick him out of here. Get at shadow root. Yeah, there you go. That is a cluster generated one. So even if you guys copy that, it literally doesn't matter because that is a cluster generated one. I have no idea what this password is. So can you tell if the user has password set? Oh, and well, you already have root on those boxes via keys, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, can you tell if the user has password set? Can you create or remove an? Oh, we saw that already. Do you know where the user's default home directories? Where do we populate user home directories from? I want to make sure that a user always has this file in their home directory when they first get allocated. Where do I put that file at? I don't have some home directories template somewhere. I have a place that everything goes to. So what is that? What is that? Where is that at? Who knows? Somebody here knows. Yeah, it's in Etsy Skell. So all these files here in Etsy Skell are the ones that populate out. And then sometimes when we're doing the labs or whatever, you'll see me say, hey, we're going to add one in here. Is it going to be in the old users that were already here's directory now? Does it automatically map? And it's like, no, it's only upon creation that these get grabbed. So that's kind of an important thing. Because then users go and they change their bash RC and they drop in every freaking thing that they find on the internet. And then after some point, they can't ever log back in again. And then you have to strip it all out and go, all right, put it back in pieces because here's your default bash RC again. That's what I always had to do to users back in the day. Very talented people that just didn't know the Linux side of things, so they would just dump stuff in there. and then it would just break all their stuff. So yeah, that's a way to fix things, a way to troubleshoot. But where are they getting it from? Etsy very important. Can you set a script that automatically runs on any user login? So if you were root, where would you put that? Anything you put in Etsy will go down in their directories, but then it's theirs, and they can do whatever the hell they want to it. They can delete it if they want. So that's not good. Where do we put something so that it's always there? All right. When do you guys set? What did I miss here? Echo hello in the bash RC. What did I miss? Which one was this? Yeah. Yeah, profile and then profile.d. In the profile.d directory is where I like to put stuff that's specific to, being on this system. I'm gonna maybe add a path to something for somebody. There's a number of things that you can do with that. You could maybe do it in PAM login. I just do it at Etsy profile.d. Anything in there, a user basically has to take. Now, could they strip it out? I guess so, but I at least gave it to them. They can't delete it because it's an Etsy profile.d and it's read only by their users. But I would just, they could definitely get rid of it later because it's their shell. I tell you guys all the time, what people do in their own shell is they can do whatever they want. But excuse me. All right, and pretend CSH doesn't exist. Fair enough. All right, so can you check your current user, and do you know what your primary and secondary groups are for your user? And do you guys know what that means, right? Like, so if I look at my users, so I say, let's see, answer, and I say ID. Right, so I look at these two. Do I know what a primary group is for a user and what a secondary group is? And then do I know what the implications of those are, right? So if I have sudo on a machine, especially Red Hat style system, there's a thing that typically means admin, and that's called wheel. That is, I believe that's only a Red Hat standard. I don't think other styles do that. But then you can go and look. What was this one? It's group Scott. Okay, group Scott. You would see Scott's and Scott and wheel. Okay. Guess I've never even used that command groups before. I would go and look at Etsy group before that. That's probably good. I should probably know that. Yeah, so there you go. There's your IDs. Yep. And then very important, like root is in this case just 0. He doesn't have any other group ID. And then those are by numbers. So group ID of 0 is where he's sitting, and also his user ID. All right, so you try. All right. Can you check if the Ubuntu user exists? And we're not on an Ubuntu system, so I don't think it will, but you can check it. And then can you verify that the user John was never a user on the system? And this is not a trick question, but it is a tricky question. What I mean by that is, like, you can do a bunch of commands, but can you tell me for sure that there was never a John user on a box? There's a lot of things I can check, but can I say for sure John was never a user on this box? I want you guys to think about that. Think about that real quick. Be right back. You guys can continue. I think actually that might continue rolling while I'm stepped away. Yeah, look for Ubuntu. That's true. And then look at to bread. Yeah, look for John. John's definitely never logged in. Ubuntu didn't have a user. So that's good. But now on an Ubuntu system, you might have that user, right? All right, I'll be right back. Oh, did my stupid thing... Oh, hold on, guys. I got to fix this real quick. I hate when this happens. This stopped working. So let me pull this back up. And that back up. And that back up. Yeah, that happens every now and then where that thing just stops working. So, there's your question. Can you check if the user, the Ubuntu user exists, and can you verify that John was never on the system? All right, I'll be right back. Let's see, did I miss anything good? Stepped away for a second. I don't know if I missed anything good. All right, we see that John's not there now. Things that I would check is in engineering circles, we never delete somebody's home directory. I never have, because we might need something that they were working on. So we might move it off and tar it up somewhere, but for the most part, we'll have John as home, like /home John will exist. So that's something I'd always check. But no, I can't. That second one, again, not trying to be tricky, but it is a tricky question. I can't tell you for certain that that the user's never been there. I couldn't tell you. I could tell you all the indicators of if there was ever a John, but I can't tell you. All right, so bash scripting, right? Can you touch a file with today's date in the file name? You guys know how to do that? And it should work. I think that'll work with our commands here. So can you touch one with today's date in the file name? And you want it formatted for a file system, right? Not just some BS. To Brad, you said, is that possible unless you use a snapshotting file system? All logs are mutable. So to Brad, the problem about, if logs can change, then you definitely got a problem in your organization. The way that, the technique I learned from the cloud, the way the cloud kind of does it, and this is a good way to do it, is that as your logs are sent off, then, and as you move your logs over, you automatically make a, so you make your logs, and then you also copy your logs off and make a, a hash of your log, and it's an immutable copy. So it's a read-only copy that is got a hash with it, so that if either of them changes, something's wrong, and then, there's that. So, did that work? Marathon Rocky 18. You might have to do that command on a system and then ls foo asterisk, like with a semicolon, you know, so it does that command after. But yeah, I think that would probably, that looks like that would work. Inspector. I've always used backticks, but I've told you guys, like, I had to move away from backticks because the reason I've had to move away from backticks is because yeah, there you go. There it is. Because Markdown already uses backticks, so any of that kind of stuff where I like to do backticks around my commands, I now always use the $, open parens, close parens around them for my interpolation. I don't do it any other way anymore because it doesn't go well to notes and other stuff like that. So I don't even bother anymore. So can you touch file with today's date? Yep. There you go. That should the problem with that one, Chris, is that's going to make a big old mess with spaces. So that's going to touch a whole bunch of files. The one that you just did there. Because date by itself like that is going to be everything. So it's going to be a whole bunch of stuff. All right. Can you create 100 files named file number? Can you guys do that? And you should be able to do it on these. And then maybe you got to ls afterwards to prove it, I guess. So it's can you create it and then after do an ls. That proves. By the way, all the commands, if you guys are like, hey, I missed that command that person had, they're all over here on the right. So you guys can at least look at them if you need. So all the commands are going over here. They're also getting executed over here. So we're keeping track of them with a tool called Loki. We use Promtail to Loki to send that over. So could you create 100 files named file and then the number as you count over? There's two ways I can think to do it, but how would you do it, right? Uh-oh. What's going on here? That's interesting that that didn't take. Oh, I wonder if it's because I have the... Because I do have timeout 5 that's going before your commands. So I wonder if that's causing a problem. Yeah, it's because of my timeout 5. I can take that off. Hold on. Let me go fix my script because because I actually have a better. Because I don't need this. I don't need this timeout anymore. In here. So I can just like use your commands. So, all right. Try it again. You guys should be. Try it again if you guys would. Any command you ran. Try it again because I think you're gonna pass now. I think it was my wrapper around it in the thing that was causing you a problem. Because where that do was happening was yeah. So then we're just watching with IO. So let's see. I'm curious. Yeah. So there, that created them all for you. Yep. And then his command is over here, same one as earlier. It's just I had a timeout in there, so it was not allowing the looping to happen properly. It was looking at the end of the line as, yeah. You guys can see. And then we also have a 2-second wait in our script that's running this. We have a 2-second wait that's hanging out and waiting for, it's showing us the command. So it shows the server it's going to go to and the command that it's going to run, and then it runs it. So it gives us like a little bit of time before it drops into the chute and goes. And I meant chute like CHUTE. Oh well. Can you show the pit of the shell that you're in? And I'd like you to think about why you'd want to show that. Why might you want to know the process ID of the shell you're in? I have one very specific reason that I use it, but I'm curious what other people might use it for. There may be other reasons besides the ones that I use to do that. So can you show the shell of the, or the PID of the shell that you're in? I like it. That's it. Echo $$. Yep. And does anybody have a reason or a use case for it? Like, why would you want to know? Like what does anybody here, has anybody here used that before for any reason? Because the reason I can think of to do it is the reason I think it's good. Let me ask you this too, guys. Would you prefer this to be the other way? I have the most recent one at the top. Would you guys prefer it to be at the bottom here? Because I can flip this around too, and I can have it so I can have the most recent one at the bottom if you guys want it. I don't. It doesn't matter to me, but as I sit there and look at it, I'm like, maybe they want it. Maybe they want it the other way. We could flip it around. We could do wrap lines, common, unique, time logs, and then we can do it oldest first if we wanted to flip it around. Flip it. There you go. So now it'll be at the bottom, and then now this will play out. You guys will always see the most recent one at the bottom. Well, it'll be one back because of how Promtail's behaving, and I got to go dig into Promtail and figure out its proclivities. But yeah, we flipped it. It should be like right like here next to me now. It'll go right over my head right here as you guys do your commands. Yep. But we can test it. Next command will show us if it works or not. So, let me pull this up. Can you create 100 files named whatever? So this one's the same one as earlier, but can you skip every even number from 1 to 100? So I need you to make 100 files, and I need you to start at 1 and go to 199, but skip every even one. Can you do that? So this isn't just well, it is. It can still be just a for loop, but it's also, I want it to be fixed width of 3 integers, so 0, 0, 1 through 199. Can you do that? And if you need a hint, it's in the seq command, the sequencing command, with a -w for column width to be set. I think you guys can do this one. If you could do the other one, you can do this one. You just have to dig into sequence a little bit. There's a couple of extra values you have to add to sequence to make this work right now. I'll prep it while you guys are working on it. Answer. Oops. Let's do it this. So we're going to change it to Scott. I put Scott on the front of mine just for fun. There's all my Scott ones. So you guys can see the commands there if anybody wants to see which ones did or didn't work. I use the sequence command, and then I spread it out. And what did Inspector use? He did it only if it was okay. I did it. Did mine show up? Mine hasn't shown up yet. Somebody has to do another command. You just have to like answer echo hi or something. And then now my command will pop up there. Again, there's like a timing thing within, I don't know what you, there's something with Promtail where it only writes the one before when the next one gets in there. So it's kind of like a weird. So your thing says it touched it, but it doesn't look like it actually did. Where was your answer at? Echo touch, and then If you take the echo off, I think it'll do it. Yeah. You echo touched it. Okay. Interesting. Can you set a variable of one data point? That's just var equals whatever. That's simple. All right. Can you loop forever watching uptime every 2 seconds? And why might you want to just do that? Like I tell you guys this, like, why is it important? In computer science, you learn that like loops like that are bad, but why is it like super useful as an admin to be able to loop over something forever? Either the server dies or the Earth falls into the sun, right? Those are old engineering jokes that we've been saying for a long time, right? And then it's funny, you hear that get introduced to the general public like it did the other day, and people are like flipping their minds out. I don't know if you guys saw that. I try not to get too political, but it was really funny watching people flip out when Elon told people that Elon Musk, if you guys don't know who Elon is. I don't know of any other human named Elon ever. He was talking to an interviewer, and he mentioned that the Earth was going to fall into the sun one day, and they were like, I'm like, that's been an engineering joke as long as I can remember. So that's like, he didn't come up with that. I definitely wouldn't. Why wouldn't you want to do watch, though? Watch isn't a command I would do, for sure. And the reason I would never do watch for that is because you'll lose each of the old iterations, and maybe you want to see them all. Maybe you want to compare them growing or something. So I definitely wouldn't do a watch for that. But watch is a good command for watching like a longer set of outputs forever. Sure. But I like while true, do uptime, sleep done. I do that often just to watch the thing run. I think that's a very valuable one. Yeah. Yep. That's exactly how I would pretty much do it. And it's useful as an engineer to know how to do that. And I think we have, so there's a 5-second timeout, so it'll only go for a few iterations. But yeah, there you go. Can you make your system count to 100? Well, this is kind of part of the other commands, but it's still fun to try. By the way, guys, I do really like that. Yeah, there's sequence 100 right there. I like it. I think, have you guys, what was I thinking here? So we can count. We can do all that. What was I thinking about that? My brain's not working right now. Something happened there, and it made me think of it. Huh. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember what I was thinking. My brain stopped. My brain shut down. It's too late in the day. Too late in the day. But we can make our system count to 100 with sequence. Great tool. Great tool for doing stuff at the command line. Can you loop over a list from the last command? So, can you loop over a list from file? So this is interesting. The last command was make it count to 100. Can you loop over that list? I think most of you did. Can you guys loop over a list from a file? If you put a bunch of values in a file, can you read each individual line from that list? This kind of skill right here was way more useful to me before I learned Ansible. Like back when I was just doing bash, like just raw using bash to SSH to a bunch of boxes and stuff, this was much more useful to me. Now, I mean, if somebody didn't know how to loop over a file and wasn't going to learn, I'd be like, as long as they know Ansible, we're fine. Because with Ansible, you can loop over your inventory and it doesn't matter. So, but these are good skills to have if you're going to be bash heavy. Atticus said this would be brilliant. It will be up on YouTube channel. Yeah, this will be up there. Also, I was thinking I might just grab all of this out of Loki. I can just like grab the last few hours and drop it up in the Discord as well, probably. So maybe we'll put in the meeting notes. So, yeah, Atticus, also from the other times of us doing this, we do have notes up in the Discord as well of the last, other times that we did it. But I just thought that this would be fun because then you guys could see your actual commands happening in real time, right? And you can compare what you're kind of used to other people. So anyways, these are less important to me. All right, can you connect two systems and capture their uptimes in a file? All right, so this is not, we won't be able to do it in this lab because these systems can't talk to each other. So we'll skip that. We can't do this right now, so we'll skip this one as well, just for now. Yeah, this one should be fun. Can you test a variable against a known or an expected value? So we know that SSHD is running. Can we test a variable, or could we test that, like if we did a uname-r, could we validate in the uname-r that the value that's there is the same as the one that we expect? That would be one way to do it. So let's try this. So do a uname-r just to get the version, right? And then maybe I think our test ones will work. Let's see. We do answer if yeah, so I was doing a square bracket and I was doing similar type of thing to $uname -r, right, equals, and then I would say like part of the version, right? But I'm going to change that version to like something else. I did not mean to turn that on again, although that is funny. And then close that out and go there. Then echo, we are not good, else echo. Oh, what did I break? Oh, I don't have an opening. Good gosh. You guys gotta stop me sometimes. Grab my answer and fix it. Okay. I don't know how I didn't have the right bracket right there. Okay. We are good or we are not good? Wait, what? Oh my gosh. Guys, somebody's gotta stop me. I'm just kidding. You guys don't have to stop me. I gotta close my echoes out. There we go. There we go. So oh wait, mine conflicted with that one. So they both go in, but only one comes out. It's like a Thunderdome. Is it Thunderdome? Let's see. What? Why does it keep having, let's see, it doesn't keep having my first. Oh my gosh. I don't know how I keep losing something that I definitely fixed. Alright, whatever. There we go. Boom. So, it says that we are good, but that's not good because that number is not the right number from my uname-r earlier. So I did my uname and then I mucked this up to break it. And that is not found. It's not equal to it. And we can actually modify that even further. Hold on, I can modify that even further to be like if it's like this other thing. So equals tilde. Is that right? I think that's right. Something like that. I don't know. I might have that on the wrong side. I don't know. I have to look it up. But point is, you could just play with that if you guys want. Value equals expected value, and then equals, yeah. So we can test against a known variable, and we could muck around and figure it out if we needed to. All right, can you make your system sleep for 10 seconds and time the command? Let's make that 3 seconds for here. Can you make your command line just sleep for 3 seconds and then give you the time of the command so that you can see? Well, I learned it from Perl, but it does work in Bash, yeah. But it's you have to be using I think it's because I don't have quotes around it, so it's treating that like a number, maybe. Yeah. I didn't know you could do time after, and time would give you the output. You got to put time before it. See how time didn't have the 3 seconds? Put time sleep 3. That's what you want there. I would switch that order around. Time is like a little stopwatch, and then you go run your lap of 3 seconds, and then I hit time and stop you. So, and then there will be an interesting thing here. We'll have real user. No semicolon. You don't need the semicolon. Time is like it just prepends the command. I do the same thing with timeout. Timeout 3 in front of a command will kill it, and I have timeout 5 running right now. So then it's time sleep 3 just like that. Yes, now it'll sleep, and it'll give you this, and it's like the real time, the wall clock time was 3.003 seconds, but the user and the sys time, you weren't going. User and sys time are calls against the kernel. None. There's like this system was not doing anything during its 3 seconds. You can compare that to something like you can time like a DD or something, and you'll see that it's actually doing something. Like it'll do a lot of something, and then you'll get an output and it'll have a lot more stuff. I'm trying to think if we could make one that was small enough that would fit in those 3 seconds. We could. Hold on. So let's try this one. So we would do, this would be a way to test without the sleep. So we would do answer time. Let's say DD. I think this should work. Let's see. Oh, using the BC. We don't have BC. You might have to install BC. I do like BC though. urandom out file is equal to dev. We'll just say out file dev null, and then bzip -9. I think we're on gzip now. -9. I don't think this is gonna work, but I'm gonna try it anyways. That should have failed. Yeah, so that should have went for 3 seconds. But look at how much more time I've got on syscalls, because I was pulling from urandom off the system, and then I was compressing it, so I was like doing something to it, like crumpling up in a ball and just throwing papers away, and then so my 3 minutes were spent doing a lot of work. In fact, almost all 3 seconds were doing real work in my system. Whereas like with a sleep, you were just, your system was asleep. I wasn't doing nothing. But so time is very useful like that, to know what was actually happening during different components of a thing or different parts of some command or something that you're running. So that's something to play with as well. All right, software packages. Can you show all the packages that have SSL in their name? All the packages on this system that have ever been installed via the normal package manager, which in Red Hat is RPM, right? So now you could either man RPM or go read about it. But how would you see all the packages that have their name SSL in them? Your system power naps. I like it. We don't work too hard on a Friday, but this is good. D package is Ubuntu, right? So you need RPM-QA. But D package is good. If we were on Ubuntu, that would be good. Hayes using BC and AD. Yeah. BC is the it's a calculator, but you guys will find out that Bash is very limited. Bash can't do anything but integer math. So you say, "Well, I only need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9." I never need. You need a point every now and then. You need to do some percentage or something, and Bash just isn't going to do it for you. So, nope. You want you don't need sudo, but you want RPM-QA, and then DNF list would work as well. Hopefully it doesn't time out before it finishes, though. That one might time out. Yeah, that one timed out, so it might not have gotten you all for you. I think the safest one is RPM QA because that queries the RPM database, and that'll go real quick. Let me see if I have it. That's how I would do it. Did you guys add something to Rocky 19 for... Now it says hello all the time. So we know every time we hit that. That should be all of them. But if we wanted to test, because now I'm curious. Yeah, that's it. That was all. Okay. Can you show when the software system was last modified? This is important. Can you say when the software system was last modified? Now, this isn't to say that somebody couldn't have compiled their own crap somewhere, but I'm talking like the package managed stuff that's on the system. Could we do that? How do we know when it was last modified? Yes, you send the admin. Yep, and the email shows up in your inbox. Now you're in charge. Or you send a message directly to them in the system, and then their user ID doesn't exist anymore, and you're like, I have a buddy who he used to go. Actually, I'm pretty sure he still does it, but his system just scrapes all of the user IDs in the company because he has permissions to scrape AD for vRealize Orchestrator, and he just keeps track every day if there's any changes on any of the users, and then he knows they're getting let go before management even alerts or anything like that. It's kind of funny. Huh. Yeah, he's giving you that. Okay, I'd say that's the last time because that was also sudo install was me today, and then some of those were us today for sure. Okay. Can you show that when the system software was last modified? I love DNF history for that. That's great. Have any of you guys ever dug into DNF history? You can do DNF history list 36. So right here, we can do answer DNF history list 36. So then I'm going to do that same command that he did, but I just want to see that one, and I want to know more information about it. So list 36 should... Did I run out of time? My system might have ran out of time. Hold on. List 36. This will give me what actually happened within that, so it's like more information about that one thing. So yeah, so I ran out of time on that one, but that was the command that would do it. DNF history, and then so you can drop in on any one of the ones that you want to see. But you can see exactly when it was, you can see what it did, and then you can dig in on it more. So like if there was this one for update right here, was 29. Let's go look at 29. Oh, well, that's useless. What is it? It's let's see if we can get it. Hold on. I thought it was list. List. But I was pretty sure it was history. Yeah, thanks for coming, Maxim. For sure. You're welcome to hang out whenever. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure you can see him. History. Oh, maybe you don't need the list. Sorry. No, that's not right. Alright. Doesn't matter. Here we go. Alright. Can you show when system software was last modified? Yeah, we can do that. Can you verify that you have a software called Calce, and if not, can you install it? You might not be able to do that in the 5 seconds that you have, but it might already be there too. I think we put it on these for the lulz to make some jokes out of it. So, all Red Hat, conscientious objector, the kernel patch set squashers. Yeah, inspector. I mean, mostly I do. I mostly do Rocky now, anyways. So, but it's very much. Rocky's definitely the small guy against the big IBM and other projects. But how would we install Calce? We would do answer. Yep, shows me that we got Calce. Yep. Alright, so we did all that. And then, can you verify that Calce is in your path? And what does it mean for something to be in your path? This is kind of interesting because this is very useful for troubleshooting. Like a user insists that they've built something or have something on their system and they were able to run it yesterday, but they can't run it today. But they don't realize that they're trying to run something that they had built in a directory and they don't have the path for it in their directory, but they set it the other day, but they didn't set it persistent in their .bash RC file. So now they don't, so he's checking for command -v Calce. That's a good way to do it. What about this one? What if I did answer and I just look for which Calce? That would validate if it's in my path. Because if I have it, it's there. But I can tell you guys on Ubuntu, when I was doing this in the Killer Coda labs, it was putting it in user bin. It was putting it in user games, and user games aren't on your path by default. So you had to put user games bin in your path for this to work, for Calce to work. And I was like, oh, that's kind of an interesting problem. But I left it in the lab because I was like, that's actually really good for people to figure out doing that. So. Burn the witch. So, can you make it persistent? Yes. Could you test it? Right? Could you just say answer and then say echo I am not a cow? You just do that. Calce bugs me so much. But I put it on because it's like a little package to test with. All right. Can you see if you have container software installed, and can you check for container images? We don't have Docker. We have Podman if we do. So don't look for Docker. You could try Docker. It's just not going to be on those systems. But I'm pretty sure we have Podman because we use it in one of the upcoming weeks. Can we see if we have container software? So, answer. If you guys want to answer, you just use exclamation mark answer, and it'll send commands over. So then we just say podman ps. Nothing running. And then if we had, do we have any images? Podman images? No, we don't have any. Nothing running. No images, no actual pods running on the system. Could we run pods? Absolutely. Are we running pods? Absolutely not. All right. You guys can try that if you want, that command. It's also right over here. All the commands have been doing are right over here the whole time. All right. Can you run a container on your system? Can you verify it's running? Can you verify the image you downloaded is there? That would be a lot to try to do in only the 5 seconds. So that one might be a little harder. But could you run a container on your system? Could you verify that it's running? That's Podman PS. And then can you verify the image you downloaded is there? That's Podman Images. So those commands are all there. But could you do like a Podman run on something and maybe make sure that it's there and running? I think this would probably stop working because we only have a 5 second timeout. But maybe I can move the timeout up if we need. Can you run a container on your system? Can you verify that it's running? Hey, thanks for the follow. I might have missed follows earlier, but hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Atticus Now, how's it going? We're just hanging out, and I'm giving you guys the option to play around in the lab while I do. Well, earlier I was doing other things. Now I'm just hanging out with you guys and working on them too. But this one's pretty straightforward. But can you run a container on your system? Sure. Can you verify it's running? Sure. Cry cuddle. If that command's there, yes. I don't have that. Podman start, you need to have a container name, so probably like HTTPD or Alpine or something. And it would need to be small. But the other thing, yeah, Podman PS, Podman Images, that's right. Yeah. HTTPD is a small one too, but I don't know if it would be there in time. But we can try this. Let's try this. Let's go. We'll do the basic same thing. Podman answer. Let's see. Exclamation mark answer. Podman. Say what is Pacman? It should be Podman. Podman's just another containerization software. It's probably more well. I don't know how to put this, but a lot of people have moved away from Docker because of what they did, where every time Kubernetes would do an update or Docker would do an update, they would break backwards portability with Kubernetes, and people were like, look, Docker, you did an awesome thing in standardizing this thing that had come from Sun and before with like our C groups and our zones, and so it was Solaris zones back in the day, and we're like, it's cool that you standardized this and made it like Docker, you will always be a big part of history. But for most people, they became history when they kept breaking shit that was production for people. So, but yeah, Podman is just an alternative to Docker that most people probably run. So Podman, run HTTPD, maybe. Let's just try that one. And this one will try to run it. Probably download it if it can. But then my timer is going to run out. We only have 5 seconds. That's going to try to pull it, but it'll run out of time. I might have to give you guys more time here. So let's update the time for this one, and then we'll leave it like this for the end. See, because that failed halfway through. So let's just go make for now. We'll make our timeout on any of our commands. Let's go I think 20 seconds is plenty. All right. So anyways, you guys can run it. Control byte, if you would run that same one again. It'll probably hit a different node, but it won't. You won't run out of time this time. Also, guys, I got to figure out where I'm going to go eat. Wife's out of town. I got nothing to do for 3 hours. Well, I have stuff to do, but I'm going to be at 8 o'clock. So in 3 hours, we're going to be doing the Linux. We're going to meet up down in the Discord and do interviews for people. People that want to work through the interviews. So that'll run, and then it'll... you have it running. You don't have it running as a background, so that's just going to sit there for 20 seconds, control byte. That's not a daemon, right? You're just running a command in a container, and it's going to sit there until we run out of time. So, yeah, that's fine. If you want to do it all in one line, you'd have to do a capital D, so it becomes a daemon and runs in the background, and then you would do your other two commands to check that it was there. And check that the image was there. Yep. But you could run it again. It'll go to a different box and it'll do it again. But Alpine's pretty. The reason I picked Alpine, guys, is Alpine's pretty small. Some of these other ones you can pick, they're gonna take longer than the 20. Well, they probably wouldn't take longer than the 20 seconds, but they would definitely slow down, or take more time than you would maybe think. Oh, guys, you know what I haven't been showing you guys? I haven't been talking about Discord. We have a Discord. You guys are welcome to hang out down there. Everything's free in the Discord. There are things like you can ask me questions.
I can answer that for money.
Anyways, there's a whole bunch of those little commands now set up that you guys can use. I need to set up some more of them later too, but that's just funny to me. Big Rick and Morty fan. So, all right, then we get down into Kubernetes. I don't think I have Kubernetes. Yeah. We're not gonna. We won't do Kubernetes because you'd have to do K3's install. But yeah, if you have questions about any of this stuff, ask me on Discord. If you guys just want to send in commands, right? If you just want to send in commands, you have the answers, exclamation mark answers, and you can just throw that stuff in there. And then you can do that stuff. For me now, I'm going to move this down a little bit. Leave that here so you guys can see if anybody does send in any more commands. I'll leave that up. And then I'll probably put this back up over here because this is kind of what we're, this is what we're going to be working on the next few days. You know, Linux engineering course or Linux administration course. These are the things that you work on. Security engineering course, the things we work on. Here's Ranger Dog. I need to go give him some food, so I'll go grab him some food here in a minute. And then just different stuff that's going on around here. So, all right. So, I guess my plan is let's go ahead and we'll take it like take a little break here. Just my little break at Hourglass. Hourglass up here. And then say break. Alright, we'll take a break, give Ranger food, come back, maybe show you guys some more stuff in the systems that we're working on. And then I'll probably hop off of here then and then go grab some food and stuff for myself. But yeah, let me go feed Ranger and I'll come back. That was my elbow cracking in case anybody's wondering. All right, what do we got going on here, guys? I can decide what kind of food I want to eat. I can decide what I'm doing here. Cave Ranger food. He should be good. He's not on his bed though. So who knows what Ranger's up to? Are you moving, Hayes? I know you work a lot in your studio, and you said you were recording a track last night. Seems like a lot of work to take it down unless you're moving it somewhere. All right. If anybody needs this, I don't know if any of you guys need this. Any of you guys need this? This process here. The streamer answer interactive process that we have. So this is how we were getting our interactions today. This is how we were doing all of that. Guess I could just make that bigger. This was our general idea inside of StreamerBot. So we were using StreamerBot, and then we were using some native. So we were doing some stuff that I already had set up, and we'll go ahead and stop this. We were doing stuff that I already had set up in my home lab, where the StreamerBot writes into a location. So there's a problem. Let me just explain a problem real quick. What I originally wanted to do when I did this was have my StreamerBot that's on my streaming machine, which is a Windows machine, push into a Samba share that I have on Hostbox. From Samba share, that same share is also an NFS share. I wanted to have another, like back when I was running Llama, I wanted the Llama server to mount that NFS and then do iNotify like this command does here, right? I wanted to do this guy here. Just cat him. And then if anybody runs anything, but this iNotify wait, I wanted to watch, but iNotify wait doesn't work over NFS, which makes sense because you're not really controlling the file system. So you can't just keep querying over the network. I didn't know that limitation. That limitation is not written down anywhere. That's the thing that you find out when you go to do it and you go, oh shoot, the way that this works does not work with NFS. So that's why we're on Hostbox running this. Hostbox has to be the one that runs this in the lab in the current iteration of way that it's built. Later on, like when we get that digits box and we want to do this, and maybe you guys have some control over sending information in to run against the LLM, and when we're building LLMs on it, that's probably gonna move over there. And the way I'll move it over there is my Samba share. I'll just Samba share it off of the digits box, right? And that's not a big deal. It's super simple to set up. So we already had that infrastructure in the home lab. That's why I set this up just in one day. Like I started working on this in my head last night, and then we set it up this morning when we were on stream. And then now the stream analysis, this is a super easy little bash script that just runs whatever we tell it to. In fact, yeah, you guys could still be sending commands in if you want. And then it takes the PromTail is what's grabbing the stream answers file as it's being written to. This is executing, but PromTail is also sending off in real time, and that's what's coming over here. That's what's going out to Loki, which is also infrastructure that we already had. So, like, this was super easy to piece together because I already had all the pieces. All I had to do was go, okay, put all the Legos together, and then build a little wall that was green and red or something. That's really all we did. Hayes, that was 2 nights ago, and you finally got done, and then you took it all apart. Okay. So, yeah, Trevor, it was a good day. Trevor, I don't know if you were around for any of the. You can do answers and then any command that you want, and they'll drop it over here in the Linux box. There are some limitations to it, though, to be fair, but that's what our little streamer interactive process looks like. So what I'll do, probably just for fun, in case anybody wants it, I'll just grab it here. It's one of the things I like to do nowadays is I'll grab this. My screen might still be locked until there, and then I'll just go drop this. I tend to drop these in like meeting notes. So then if anybody, look guys, the reason I do this isn't to be like, ha ha ha, I know how to do this. It's irrelevant if I know how to do it. I already have, guys, I have more jobs than I ever wanted. I have my work, and I have teaching, and then my boss sends me on other errands for various reasons. I want you guys to understand this. So when I show you something like this, if you say, hey, what is this, or how does that work? That's the kind of stuff that makes, that's what I want to show you guys. That's why I want to show you guys how to go spend time building and stuff. So yeah, if you go in our meeting notes, you'll always find whatever we were working on and whatever we were talking about. So there's all that kind of stuff. Also, it looks like security engineering group's still going. Looks like there's still some people down there studying. Looks like they're on Git now, down in the study groups, and looks like they're working on all kinds of good stuff. So that's good. You guys have people to go work with if you want to. We're all gonna be down in, where are we gonna be at here? Hold on, I'm gonna tell you exactly where we're gonna be in 2 hours in Linux chat, 2.5 hours in Linux chat. We're gonna be down there doing interviews, practice interviews for people. All right, people that want to get the skills to, like obviously you got to go develop the skills in Linux. But then we also have to develop our skills to tell people that we know how to do Linux. Because I always tell you guys, there's 2 things they want to know in an interview. Can you do the job? Will you do the job? Right? And I think will you do the job is shown by, can you do the job is shown by like what you've done and what you can explain and what you can talk to, that kind of stuff. How you think through problems and stuff. Will you do the job is, I think you explain that by going in and being, the type of person who's proactively working on this stuff. You have projects that you've done, you have a home lab that you've set up, and not only can you talk to the things that are on your resume and the things that they ask you about, if you don't have the right answer, you understand enough about the technology or the thing to be able to say, okay, I don't know that exact technology, but I'm pretty sure that's like an identity and access management tool. And what I have used is these other things, and I'm pretty sure they map because I've read some blogs or something. Whatever you got to say to prove somebody that you understand the concepts, right? Because then you can get in there. So, that man Dark, love everything we're doing here. Have been looking at Prometheus operator for work and found your channel. Nice. Yeah, we're actually going to be doing Prometheus this week. In fact, all this stuff in the background here. This presentation, if you want this one, we didn't go over this today, but this presentation back here is getting the Prometheus Certified Associate. So if you wanted to study for it, this is up in the Discord under the presentations channel. So this is, and I think I have an old recording of this, of me actually going through this and stuff. But that's a good one, I think, for you guys. So, all right. What are we going to do then? I've got a lot to continue doing in the home lab, but hopefully this streamer answer iteration or interaction process is clear to you guys, like what I'm doing and how I'm doing it. And I'll keep adding more and more to it as we go. One last thing I should probably do over here is on this. What the hell? Where am I? Oh, here we are. Exit. So I had, where is this? Yeah. We'll just do this. 4 server and all of those servers. Those poor servers. We'll ampersand. We'll background it. We're gonna reboot them all. So we reboot everything in that cluster. Everything that was running over here is all rebooted now. So we'll go ahead and stop that. I can turn that on at any time when we're wanting to interact on stream and stuff. So, I guess my advice would be get involved with somebody. If it's not our group, find somebody that's interesting in doing this stuff that you guys may be interested in, and you know, find some work that does it for you, and then go and do it. I'll be down there in about 2.5 hours. We'll be doing the interviews and stuff, so look for the channel, look for the events and all that good stuff. So I don't have anywhere. We don't really need to raid anybody. I guess we'll raid somebody on the Twitch side, but on the YouTube side, there's not really any function for me to do that. So we'll just go find who's on right now. Nobody I know is doing tech stuff. So we'll just go ahead and stop it here. But I appreciate you guys all coming, and I will see most of you guys later on this week or over the weekend. Take care.